Black Star Network is here.
Hold no punches!
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? It is September 10th, 2024. Folks, this is special coverage on the Black Star Network of the ABC News presidential debate. You've got Vice President Kamala Harris against that other dude. We're going to have all sorts of coverage, pre-debate coverage, of course, post-coverage as well, as only we can do. It will be the boldest, blackest coverage tonight. You're going to see more black people tonight than you will see on all the other networks combined for the rest of the week. So y'all know how we do it. So if y'all don't want to deal with any unseasoned chicken, y'all keep it right here. It's time to bring the funk on the Black Star Network. Let's go.
Whatever the best, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling.
Folks, welcome to our Black Star Network coverage of the first debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Of course, he had been whining, complaining about this debate, already calling it rigged. But both of the candidates are in Philadelphia, and in less than 90 minutes, they'll be squaring off on ABC News, broadcast all around the world, including here on the Black Star Network. We are ready. As you can see, we got some of our panelists already assembled over here. And so they are ready to bring the funk. So y'all know how we're going to do it. So we also got two things going on. So we got our coverage, plus we also have a watch party with the Congressional Black Caucus. They're going to be showing up in about 20 minutes, and so we'll be kicking that off. So let me tell you, take you to where we're going. So as you can see, folks, so we got everything lined up in our studios here. We got, Anthony, let's go ahead and let's take these lights here up. Let's take these up, these here. So, of course, we got Cynthia over here behind the bar. Look, y'all can't have a debate watch party if you ain't got drinks. Now, y'all know I don't drink, but I paid for it. But that's how we do it. And so she's all ready to go and make this thing happen. So let me take y'all down here. And so one of y'all getting a look at some of our studios. And so we got some CBC members who might be doing live hits on other networks. So we got it all set up right in here for them to actually broadcast if they need to do some of the other networks. So we all set up right here. Then, of course, on and so so we got the food in here as well. So again, we got it all set up here, and y'all know how we do it. Everybody, we pay black, so that's how we do it. So let's go back into the studio and take y'all in here. And so we're going to have lots of folks going to be coming through here all night. We're going to be live until 12. As usual, Kappas like Scott Bolden are late. Kappas like Scott Bolden are late. Now, Anthony, turn around. Look at his ass strolling in late. Strolling in late. Bring your little late ass in here. Everybody else on time. Everybody else on time. But he bring his ass in here dressed like an Omega. Coming in here with your late ass. Man, go sit your ass down. Go sit down. Coming in here late. We told you to be at 6:45. He rolled up in here at 7:40. Sit your ass down. Sit down. He always late. He always late. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Y'all come mic his late ass up. Come in here. Man, everybody here. Everybody here. Mustafa here, Greg Carr here, Monique here, Rebecca here, even Nola here. Reese here.
Next shot.
What? Right, even Nola here on time.
I'm in the crossfire.
I'm just saying. Steve, go ahead. Go ahead. See, there you go. Just walk in here late.
I told Reese not to sit there. It's going to be a trot. Yeah.
I'm just, nope.
Can I go first?
Nope.
I got some shit.
Those who are last are not first. Every Omega can tell you that.
Wow.
All right, then. So, yeah, I said it. We taking shots off the bat. We taking shots off the bat. So, as I said, Rebecca Carruthers here, Fair Election Center, Monique Presley. We got Dr. Greg Carr, Howard University, Mustafa Santiago Ali, a former senior advisor for the EPA, Reese Colbert, host of the Reese Colbert Show, Sirius XM Radio. We got Nola Haynes coming from Dr. Nola Haynes, coming from her national security hangout. What? You didn't bring no gumbo? Nope. Then, of course, we got, because you late. Then we got late-ass Scott Bolden. We got late-ass Scott Bolden. Sit down. You ain't even mic'd up yet. Stop talking. So look at him. He just coming in here late. All right, let's go ahead and jump. Right, you good. Sit down. Sit down with your Detroit Gators on. See, So let's see, I told y'all this gonna be a black show. Some folk here CP time. Let's jump right into this. Rebecca, I'm gonna start with you. Donald Trump whining and complaining. This was supposed to be a debate between President Joe Biden and Donald Trump. He drops out of the re-election campaign. He endorses Vice President Kamala Harris. And I'm gonna say this here when they actually get here. The only reason we are here tonight with her is because of the Congressional Black Caucus. All these Democrats, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, President Barack Obama, a whole bunch of Democrats, they were not calling for her to be the nominee. It was the CBC that held firm and held the line that for over 23 days, and then that position it for her to be the nominee, for her to be on that stage tonight.
Well, tonight is his worst nightmare. He's going up against a black female prosecutor. And we know so far in this election cycle, it's been black female prosecutors who've held him accountable. And so that's what we're going to see on stage tonight.
The thing that jumps out here when you talk about black female prosecutors, right, he ain't been doing well with them, Monique, and they've been kicking his behind. He's been whining and complaining. He was calling Tish James racist. He's called Fonnie Willis racist. He goes to NABJ and questions the blackness of Vice President Kamala Harris. Of course, there was the back and forth. The Biden folks agreed to have the mics turned off, no audience. But the Harris campaign wanted the mics turned on, but the Trump campaign insisted absolutely not. He was like, I'm fine with it, but they overruled him because they know how unruly that fool can be.
Absolutely, and they were right to try to get it changed so that America could get, and I don't know if you guys remember from the first time, I never agreed with that mics off foolishness. I think that the point of a debate, one of the things that you're supposed to be judging is leadership qualities. And if you don't have enough restraint to close your mouth when it's not your turn, the way we teach first graders, then you have no business running a country. And so, no, we will not get to see that tonight, but Rebecca is right. I acknowledge all the wonderful black women sitting here. No offense to the fellas, but winning with black women is what we're doing right now.
You're not going to acknowledge the dudes. I mean, you can acknowledge the sisters first. And then you don't go with no offense to the fellas. I mean, you could say, glad to see the fellas too, except Scott.
Okay. I mean, obviously, if I was glad to see anybody, I'm going to be glad to see my Howard Law Bison.
Yeah, you didn't say that before the show.
I'm glad to see. I didn't say nothing about you, Scott. Don't let him lie to you now.
Trump or him?
So, him. He said I didn't say nothing about you before the show. He's not being honest. But my point is this. This is an opportunity for redemption for this country. This is an opportunity, and the reason why it's a black woman is because it's righteous for it to be a black woman. The reason why the prosecutors who are taking him to task is because it is the reversal of fortune. He represents everything that happened to us, and we represent everything we became anyway. And tonight we get an opportunity to see what it looks like when a black woman who was done no favors, who was given no special treatment, who was born of immigrants in this country, who had no wealth to speak of, comes to reach a height yet unknown. She is one of one. Yes, not gonna be the last one, but she's damn sure the first. And I am excited about the prospect of seeing that in action.
Oh, the immigrant point, Mustafa, you got Republicans who are literally trashing Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, advancing that lie. Not sure how wise that is. You got 300,000 Haitians who are in Florida. That's a huge voting bloc. But it also goes to show you the white fear these folks have. PBS actually interviewed a CEO of a factory who said, oh no, these folks come to work on time, they work hard. He said, and our people, they don't. And J.D. Vance has been pushing the lie, Elon Musk has been pushing the lie, and it goes to show you how racist this party is. Last week they were trashing Venezuelans, now they're trying to trash Haitians. And so if all these immigrants who consider voting for Trump, they don't care about y'all.
You know, they try and use these racist tropes to hide the fact that they have not done anything in relationship to moving forward on immigration. And when I say they, I mean the Republicans. What they continue to do is to move away from it. They don't honor the fact that our folks who from the diaspora who come here work incredibly hard. They build businesses and they help our communities also. So we have a moment now where Vice President Harris can put a spotlight on not only job creation that happens inside of our indigenous black community, if you want to say it that way, but also the opportunities that we have moving forward. The 16 million jobs, she has an opportunity to show how we can make sure that no matter who's in this country, wherever you come from, that there is opportunity for you.
The reason I think, Reese, why that's important is because Trump talked about bringing manufacturing back. He didn't.
Right.
Biden, Harris did. And what's happening in Springfield, Ohio is a perfect example. All those white folks believe it. If it wasn't for those 20,000 Haitians coming in, the jobs would not be coming in. You wouldn't see the housing growth. And I text an anchor at one of the networks, and I said, I've been telling y'all this for now a decade. White folks are losing their minds because of immigrants. But guess what? Those white folks are not being born. I said, so white folks in the Midwest had better understand y'all are going to have dying towns and cities if y'all don't embrace immigration.
Yeah, let's be honest though, there is a segment of the black community that has a problem with immigration as well. Yeah. And that part of the community has been very loud, very vocal. I don't think they're anywhere close to the majority, but perhaps this whole dust up with the disinformation around so-called Haitian woman eating a cat.
And actually didn't happen in Springfield, that happened in actually Canton, Ohio.
Right.
And that was not a Haitian woman.
She wasn't even Haitian.
But it goes to show you how the lie gets spread.
Exactly, and I think that maybe something like this and the way that they're pivoting now away from the Northern Triangle migrants and away from the Mexican migrants to now Haitians, I think if you connect the dots, it's only a matter of time before Haitian becomes a pretext for harassing black people, if you want to call it FBA, ADOS, whatever the situation may be. And so I'm hoping that with the Republicans quadrupling down on pure racism, it's going to backfire like hell. There's a big difference between midterm strategy with migrant caravans and DEI and CRT and all that bullshit, and with a presidential election where you have a historic candidate that is galvanizing young people and people of color.
Greg, Reese is right. You do have, listen, I can go back to when I hosted my morning show on WVON. Every time immigration came up, I mean, you had a lot of black folks who were against it, and I had black folks trying to attack me, and I keep saying, you look at the numbers. Without immigration, our economy does not bounce back the way it did. You can't convince much of these people, but also a lot of these black people who are whining and complaining, they might want to understand how did many migrants get to a lot of these cities like Chicago. They were shipped there by Texas Governor Greg Abbott, by Governor Ron DeSantis, because they were purposely trying to drive a wedge between black folks and Democrats, and using Mexican and other migrants as a pawn in that game.
Absolutely, and it's a class issue. I mean, those at the bottom of the pyramid are trained to fight each other, and you're absolutely right. I mean, we know this, the numbers don't lie. Those Republican mayors in those cities, and there've been a number of reports that over the last month, they've said, we welcome the immigrants. We can't say that out loud because our national brand is fear, but we want them with us. We see that. But, I mean, we all know this. We've been talking about it a lot, and you've been talking about it consistently. This isn't about logic. This is about the 78 million people voted for this man because they're racist, many of them. They don't care about the logic. And tonight, is it going to be a debate? No. I mean, clearly there's no debate. Only one person is qualified to be president of the United States if this were logical. The other guy either should be in jail, he's a climate denier, he said, I'm going to stop people from voting, I want to be a dictator. In any scenario where there was logic in play, this would be over right now. Now the white press, the white media trying to keep this as a horse race, saying she didn't get a bounce from the convention, she won't give interviews. What are you doing? This man is a madman. His brain is leaking out of his ear. He didn't get shot because his ear healed in 5 seconds. All of that puts it here.
I saw a great photo. They said Evander Holyfield's ear still hasn't healed.
Exactly.
It's been more than a decade, but he is healed real quick.
No question.
Nola, we expect, I wouldn't be shocked. ABC News, you're going to hear lots of questions about Ukraine. You're going to hear about Russia. You're going to hear about Israel and Gaza. You're going to hear about the border as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that takes up a significant chunk of this 90-minute debate.
Absolutely, and it's going to be Trump trying to obfuscate in the way that he does. I'm not sure if he knows exactly what that means, but he does.
He can't spell that word. I mean, come on now. He can't pronounce it. He damn sure can't spell it.
But here are truths. The truths are many of the reasons why we are where we are right now is because a lot of the foreign policy decisions from the Trump administration, namely the Doha deal regarding Afghanistan, namely...
Well, they've been trying to blame Biden-Harris for it.
Absolutely.
As if they didn't negotiate it.
Absolutely. It was get out of Afghanistan for no terrorism, and I have been banging the drum on this. As we sit here tonight, there are 24 terrorist organizations operating in Afghanistan right now. So the deal did not work. Right? So let's go ahead and
then he also wanted to bring 5,000. He also ordered them to release the 5,000 Taliban. Yeah. He wanted to bring the Taliban to Camp David on the anniversary of September 11th tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Yes, absolutely. Right. All those things are true. Yeah. This man has absolutely no respect for democracy. He has no respect for the history of lives that are lost in the line of duty. And I absolutely, when I think about 9/11, when I think about first responders, when I think about people that died in the Twin Towers, those are lives lost in this terrorism fight, right? So those were lives lost in a different form of duty, but those were absolute lives lost. And this man has no respect for the legacy of lost lives. And so that's one aspect. And then, the situation that we're in, the Middle East is in with Iran in play. That's the Trump administration pulling out the Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA. That happened. That is a real fact. That helped destabilize the entire region. So he can come all he wants to. He can lie and say that VP was the border czar. No, she was not. She was not the border czar, boo. She was tasked with seeing what was going on and to figure out if there's some sort of diplomatic mitigation that could possibly help assuage the situation. That's the truth, right? So he's going to try and come with, we're in these wars, and if I was the president, we wouldn't be in these wars. Wait a minute, boo-boo. Because you were the president, we are in these wars. And let's not get it twisted. Russia was in Ukraine in 2014, and you did what now? Nothing. But make it easier for 2022 to happen by you going against NATO, talking about, NATO has to pay the bill, and NATO is the reason why A, B, C, and D. All that rhetoric has contributed to where we are today. The trade war that he got us in with China is why we are in one of the most contentious moments right now with China. So she needs to keep knee on neck, and I hope that she pounds those 4 issues repeatedly.
Scott, June 27th debate, Donald Trump lied more than 50 times in 90 minutes. There was absolutely no fact-checking by Jake Tapper and Dana Bash on CNN. I mean, they just allow lies to just be told. Yeah. I doubt David Muir and Lindsey Davis allows it to happen, but the reality is the VP has to be prepared for that to happen again. In that debate, President Biden essentially was looking to them to correct the lies. No, you can't expect him to do it. Yeah. She's going to have to do it. And I think, and I've been saying this, and she has to literally, I believe, turn to him and say, well, you need to stop lying.
No
How much? See, I love all of these different ways mainstream media wants to phrases they want to use. LIE is real basic. Whether you're in the Midwest, Southwest, Southeast, whether you're in Harlem, whether you're in Compton, everybody know your ass lying. She ain't gonna say your ass lying, but I think it's important to literally call them a lie, because what it also then does, it forces all the media folks to have to acknowledge the lie. Fact checking after the fact is a waste of time. You got to fact check in real time. He just said that's a lie. We actually produced more oil than he did. He just lied. Black unemployment on the Biden-Harris lower than on the Trump. That's a lie. You got to call that thing a thing.
Yeah, and the cross-examination, and she's a trial lawyer, the cross-examination is to pull up that mental file, commit those facts, and as you say, punch and counterpunch with facts, because he's going to be talking about hyperbole, and he's going to be a bully, and he may even stalk her, and she can come up with whatever line she wants, but instead of matching him at hyperbole on his playing field, right? Bring him up to your playing field and counterpunching with the facts without getting into hyperbole. She can do an opening and introduce herself to America, that 28% who want to know more about her. The direct examination is about the accomplishments and her policy. The cross is the counterpunch with facts if it's hyperbole, and then the closing argument is when she finishes him off. Because she's a trial lawyer, and if I were her, I would have prepared just like I'm preparing for a case.
To the women on this panel, listen, we already know he's going to disrespect a woman. He disrespected Hillary Clinton in that campaign as well. But this election is different. Dobbs' decision, when you look at the voting numbers, young black women, young Latino women, when you look at white women, the Missouri Supreme Court has overruled the Republicans. They put the abortion issue back on the ballot. You have that on the ballot in Florida. You have the, I think it's in Arkansas as well. And so this may very well be, you know, look, Trump got 53% of white women in 2016, a similar number in 2020. That may be different. If she's able to take it from 53 to 50 among women, that's the election.
Yeah.
I mean, we're really going to have to watch to see what white women do. Are white women going to vote their interest, or are they not going to vote their interest? And what's interesting watching the 2020 cycle, it was a lot of white women who didn't like Kamala Harris. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do this election, because the stakes are higher, and now it's simply her versus Trump. Versus during the 2020 primary, there were other women they could choose from. But what was interesting, even with white people in white women in my circle on campaigns, I kept asking, tell me the specific thing that you don't like about candidate Kamala Harris, and none of them could articulate it. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they do.
Well, white women didn't like Hillary, so that's the thing. They don't like other women. I don't think that the path to victory is necessarily trying to get that 1 or 2 extra % of white women. It's galvanizing the women in your base. I mean, the registration rates the registration skyrocketed around black women. The registration skyrocketed around younger people, around even black men. People want to talk about as if she has a black men issue. And so this debate, I'm interested to see, does she try to have a do no harm, neutral, run up the middle, you know, don't alienate anybody strategy, or if she uses it as an opportunity to galvanize the people that are already in her corner and make sure that she gets that Biden-Harris coalition from 2020, the record number of votes, over 80-something million votes. They beat Trump by a margin of 8 million votes. Does she stick with that base, or does she try to appeal to the Liz Cheneys and the Adam Kinzingers and all of those people and try to go for the mocha latte, yoga pants, minivan driving white suburban women? I'm interested to see that. I'm not saying that one is wrong versus the other, but I think that we will be able to be very clear on what her strategy is.
But doesn't she have to do both, though? Well, I mean, you've got 10 to 15% of those who just are staying in the independent or non-committed piece because they either don't know enough about her and they can't stand Trump, but they're just not there yet, right? So they're fighting for that 10 to 15%. Tonight, I think for her base, she's got to prosecute the facts against Donald Trump without coming off as angry, right? At the same time, she's got to be able to appeal to the middle and say to those 10 or 15% of those non-committed, it's okay to vote for me. I'm not the same candidate I was 3 or 4 years ago. I've evolved, I've grown, and she isn't. See, the Republicans still want to run against what they ran against with Biden and what they ran against 4 years ago, who she was. She's not that candidate anymore. She's got to explain that. But if she does that, and that's a whole lot of doing, just based on my comments, that's a big challenge for her, but she's got to figure out a way to do it in a sufficient way that'll move her 1, 2, 3, 4 points ahead after this debate. Because there may not be another debate, which is
Right.
But
let me go to data, because one of the issues that I had, and I raised it on the show, when people were calling for Biden to drop out, when you mentioned the Biden coalition. One, we have to accept this reality. And I say this to black people all the time, Latino all the time. 70% of the electorate in 2020 was white.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about, people talk about, oh man, Biden Harris won because of black people. But we also have to be realistic. 70% of the entire electorate was white.
Yeah.
And they didn't vote Democrat.
Well, right. But
the majority of them didn't vote Democrat.
But this is why data important. Go to my iPad, Henry. So if you go to 200016, what'd you say? If you
go to that iPad, boy.
No, I was just trying to tell you.
The truth is on that iPad.
If you damn right. Because if you go to 2016, look right here. 2016, white men, Trump 62, Hillary 32. White women, Hillary 45, Trump 47. Now, this is the difference. This is the difference in 2020. Biden got 40% white men plus 8 over Hillary. And if you look at 46, she only got 45. He was plus 1 with white women. One of the concerns now, you look at black right here, so you look at the total numbers right here. Black men, 87-12, black women, 95-5, Hispanic men, 57-40, Hispanic women, 61-37. If you look at data right now, she has been steadily climbing among Latino voters. You look at the data, you see how she is dramatically improving among black voters as well.
Right.
The biggest issue that I kept talking about, she has to maintain the Biden white coalition.
Right.
And that meant, Mustafa, that meant white suburban voters, white college voters, but also when you look at the percentage of white non-college. He did better among them as well. And so those things absolutely matter. And so when you're talking about Wisconsin, you're talking about Pennsylvania, you're talking about Michigan, but you're also talking about North Carolina. And so when you start talking about other demos, Native Americans, Latinos going to be huge in Arizona. Latinos huge in Nevada. Black voters and Hispanic voters huge in Georgia. Rural black voters in Georgia and North Carolina are going to be crucial. But we just can't underestimate the reality. If she maintains that 40% with white voters, then she sees the increase with black and Latinos, it's a repeat of what Obama did in 2008, and that's the path to victory.
Yeah, and she has to let people know that she sees them, that she feels them, and that she has a plan moving forward. So for all the groups that we just talked about, she has a narrative because the Biden-Harris administration was able to create millions of new jobs. They were able to make sure that we move forward on housing. Now we're also making sure that we're addressing the inflation, and people are now going to hopefully be able to address what's going on with the food crisis that currently is in place. She has a plan for all of these things. She has a plan also for those folks who have lost jobs, who no longer have health care, or they're under, they don't have as much health care as they need. The Biden-Harris administration has been able to do that. So she brings her flavor in and letting people know that she actually understands the dynamics that are going on. Because when you look at Vice President Harris and when you look at Donald Trump, there is a completely different set of values, right? She actually understands what it's like to have to look for housing when her mother was searching and trying to find affordable housing. Donald Trump has never had to do that. Donald Trump has never been to a supermarket. Donald Trump has never had to put gas in his car.
But he damn sure kept black folk out of housing.
Most definitely.
He's looking for his rental check.
Right. So it is a completely different dynamic. And because of all the investments that they have made, it doesn't matter if you come from Appalachia. Doesn't matter if you come from the Rust Belt. Doesn't matter if you're coming from North Carolina or South Carolina or Georgia. They've been able to actually get resources into the hands of people. If you talk about wanting to create your own business,
and they have
that.
to make that perfectly clear.
She has to.
Because the reality is, Greg, when you look at a lot of these towns, listen, when Obama was president, you take Elkhart, Indiana, his policy saved it. But those folks went for Trump. They didn't say, hey, let me remind y'all, we saved this. Right. And so one of the biggest complaints we've always had is that Biden-Harris, the administration has been horrible at touting themselves. Plies always talked about that. But to me, you have to speak directly to, and you actually have to say, okay, him over there, he promised infrastructure week, every week.
Every week.
You didn't get it. We passed the biggest bill since Eisenhower. That dude over there promised manufacturing. We actually brought it back. And then I think, to your point, you got to name check this city. No call this mayor, call this county commissioner. Because as the late Joe Madison, God rest his soul, would always say, you got to put it where the ghosts can get it. Talk to folks on that level in this debate tonight.
I mean, it's true. It makes perfect sense. I mean, I agree with you, Scott. I mean, you got to approach this like a prosecutor. You have to do that. But you're not dealing with rational thinkers. Donald Trump is in this game because of who he is. You're not going to convince his voters. And so I guess what I'm saying is, in some ways, this has been building since 1787. In other words, this is a showdown that this country was always going to have to face. Do you want to have a country, or do you want to have white supremacy? This man is a white supremacist. The man is not well mentally, all of those things. So everything we're saying obviously makes perfect sense. It's what Jesse Jackson was saying in the Rainbow Coalition. It's what every candidate, until they kneecapped him with Bill Clinton in the DLC and started trying to get those lost white voters, because they understand to get those lost white voters, you got to raise the white flag. And that is the thing that Donald Trump is rallying his base behind. J.D. Vance should be an insult to every poor white person in this country. Tim Walz is who J.D. Vance pretended he was. But it doesn't matter. They're pushing for this fantasy. They want their women pregnant. They want to have control over all our lives. We'd be back in the plantation. They want to put every immigrant out the country. And this man promises that he'll do that. Right. It's not a matter. So I guess finally what I'm saying is, she's got to be a happy warrior. She's got that kind of vibe going on now. I think today is Roy Ayers' birthday. Everybody loves the sunshine. Yeah. So while she's got a smile on her face, she got to roast his ass with a smile on her face and try to goad him into showing these quote-unquote undecided voters who she is.
Discipline.
No question. And be disciplined.
And be disciplined. Real quick. Be disciplined, because he's going to try to bait her into hyperbole.
But that ain't going to happen. She's cool as
but you got to be disciplined about it, because if you get caught up, if he attacks her on gender or race, it's easy to get caught up in that.
Because he wants her to go there. Nola, go ahead.
She's not that person.
No, she's not.
So to Scott's earlier point about not being angry, a black woman just has to breathe, and we are considered angry or aggressive.
Touche.
Right? So for the commander-in-chief, who has to command troops, who has to stand up to Putin and Xi, I actually want to see a little aggression. I'm just going to go ahead and put that out there. Yeah. She don't need to be smiling and tap dancing for me.
Well, I don't mean in the sense of being like goofy. I mean the way that she prosecuted her cases when she was sitting in the Senate and roasting Bill Barr, and it wasn't an angry.
And Kavanaugh and the others.
Exactly, it was serious, but it wasn't kind of pedantic. It wasn't angry. It was a kind of very precise.
Firm.
It was firm. But I don't think there's anything wrong with a little, this guy's crazy.
All right, Monique, why you laughing?
My point is this. No matter what she does, it's going to be perceived as angry.
For sure.
No matter how she does, no matter how she handles it.
For sure.
And like I said, there are other things, there are tons of domestic things that are happening in our country that needs to be addressed. But there are a lot of things around the world with these so-called strong men that the commander-in-chief needs to show up in her suits and her heels, honey. And
I know you want, but can I ask you, Bibi Netanyahu is committed not to have a ceasefire until Trump wins, right? So, I mean, how is that going to play in what you say to Gaza?
Hold on 1 second, Monique, go.
I'm sorry.
Everything that's been described is, if you could do a visual, she would like a Venn diagram, but I'm gonna aim for the Venn diagram. I'm gonna aim for a visual.
Got the Venn diagram.
And the visual would be a pretzel.
Would be what?
It would be a pretzel.
Yeah.
For every single person here, and we all actually want her to win. Everybody here had something different that they want her to do, and it ends up being, let me entertain you. And so I hope she does none of it. I want her to be exactly who she is. I know that she's a prosecutor. She knows how. She ain't got to be told. She's a trial lawyer. She's experienced in defending her case. She's experienced in prosecuting a case. She's a senator. She knows how to conduct hearings. She knows how to examine. She is a vice president. She's gotten the daily briefing for the past 4 years. She knows what the foreign policy is. She knows more about it than any other person in the world except the president. So she's sitting in the sweet spot as far as I'm concerned. She is the right woman for this job. She's prepared to do this job. We spent all this time saying, well, she got to talk to them, and she got to talk to them, and she got to show them, and she got to show them. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a base voter. She can crack gum, roll her eyes, and it's not. We can spend an hour waiting for her to speak.
But Monique, she ain't talking to you tonight. She ain't talking to you tonight.
But so then that's why I'm saying erase it, because these things were for us. These things were for the base. I'm not talking about what the specific things that she needs to do. What I am saying is that the base that is watching ought not need something. The people. No, that's actually not
true. That's actually not true. Because
see, this is what she gonna deal with tonight. I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
But you've been speaking a while.
But you can just agree.
Hurry up.
Once I'm done, what I am saying is that the people who are with her may have a list of things that they want to see so that they can be more excited about being with her, but there's nothing to prove to them. And then there are the undecideds, and the undecideds have their own agenda for the reasons and things that they are looking for. And then there are the people who are never going to be for her.
Exactly.
And she should not be angling to get to them. And then the last thing I'm going to say is this. She is against a pathological...
like a Baptist preacher.
Well, I'm not closing. I'm just pausing. I'm pausing. I'm not finished. She is going against a pathological liar, and the notion that she can refute the things that he's saying blow for blow is a fallacy.
So let me walk you through this here.
Somebody who's debated for 40 years.
So let me walk you
can't be done.
Let me walk you through this here.
Tell me what I don't know.
You're not going to refute him point by point because you're going to be wasting all of your time.
That's right.
But you do have to refute lies and then pivot back to your point.
It's all going to be lies.
Well, hold up. We understand that.
Only lies.
But the reality is you still have to do that. Second of all, when you talk about tonight in terms of who you're speaking to, the percentage of undecideds is extremely small.
Amen.
That's not the issue. The undecideds are, do I sit on the couch or do I vote? And so there are things you're going to have to say. Yeah. So for instance, I hope she uses Tyreek Hill as an example of this man who wants to give cops 100% immunity for those type of actions.
You think she would go there?
I hope so, because here's why. If you look at the weakness of her numbers are not, her black numbers are not at their peak.
And then
one second, hold up. I'm talking.
You speaking?
I'm talking.
Okay. I'll wait.
Her Latino numbers are not there.
Interesting.
Ron Brownstein made this point. He texted me this last night. I sort of disagree with him somewhat. But he said, well, go to my iPad, Henry. While playing it safe on immigration and crime could be a big risk for Harris. And he lays out in there a number of different things. I think, first of all, for me, I think that sucks her into a debate that Trump wants to have as opposed to one she needs to go.
Yeah.
But you do have to send a signal to the folks who have been fed misinformation about black men she's put in jail, which we know is a lie, and recently we all know that. We've all refuted that, but you have to also make clear, and I hope she says it, excuse me, I'm the one who wrote the George Floyd Justice Act.
I agree.
And this man wants to bring back stop and frisk. This man doesn't want to have any accountability with cops. And I hope she uses tonight to be able to say, under Biden-Harris, guess what has happened? We have held police accountable for their actions with our Department of Justice. I hope that happens. So I do think there are things that she has to say to undecideds who are choosing, do I get off the couch to back her, or do I pick this couch?
If it comes up.
No. I'm telling you, it's there in the numbers. We see
I'm
this.
saying if it comes up in the questions, it's 90
No.
minutes.
You
it's
don't. No.
45
You don't.
minutes
No.
hers, 20 minutes
You don't have.
after the
No.
question.
You don't have.
matter.
You don't have to
Questions don't
wait
matter.
for
And
them
then
to bring.
certainly
No.
as a debater,
You don't.
I understand
She doesn't
that
have.
there's
No.
15
She doesn't have to wait for them to bring them up.
No.
And so you have. They're going to be.
Oh, but he's not.
No.
we
First of all,
have
I don't care
rules.
about him. There are going to be moments in this debate where she cannot allow them to dictate the debate.
Yeah.
There are going to be
Absolutely,
moments where she
yeah.
has to say, literally, do the same thing he does. Whatever, I'm going somewhere else. So she's. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to Rebecca. Hold on, I'm going to Rebecca. She is going to have to pivot from their question and hit some things that she wants to make sure she hits in the 90-minute debate. Go.
Okay, so I'm going to speak from the perspective of a campaign manager. Whenever there's a high-stakes debate and I'm leading my candidate and doing debate prep, going into that debate, one of the things I tell my candidates is, don't worry about the questions that you're being asked. Just know this is an opportunity for you to say what it is that you need to say.
Sustained.
So tonight, what she needs to focus on is speaking directly to the American people. Don't listen to the media spin, say, hey, you're not doing enough interviews.
Don't
Guess
go in
what?
the weeds on policy.
It's 50-something days until Election Day. Ballots have been sent out already in certain jurisdictions. So she needs to talk specifically to the American people.
Absolutely.
Now, does she have to win? No. She just doesn't have that. She just can have a bad debate performance. But as we're talking in the weeds of different constituencies that the campaign side needs to start engaging, one of the sides that we have, one of the demographics we haven't talked about is Black men. We've literally talked about white women, Black women, we talk about Hispanics, Latinos, but to talk specifically to Black men, one thing that I'm seeing through the Harris campaign and even the down ballot campaigns, as they're texting and reaching out to Black men, they're not talking to Black men about specific issues that Black men have shown that they want to talk about and that they are engaging. Instead, they're saying, oh, we'll just send you the Black stuff, and the Black stuff has been heavily female dominated on the different issues of art that's being sent out to Black men. So we need, so Terrence Woodbury, many people have spent time with Black men and have identified the top issues that Black men care about. Black men need to be spoken to and talked to and engaged. And right now, what I even saw at the DNC, there was nothing for Black men there.
Tough.
And so that has to be course corrected on the campaign side.
And when you're talking about an election of margins, it matters. Hear me, go to my iPad. Wendell Pierce was in, 1 second, Wendell Pierce was in Milwaukee this weekend, specifically for a Black Men for Harris event. He tweeted this. He said, Black men in Milwaukee turned out to challenge our campaign. Questions were answered. Policy was provided. Accomplishments acknowledged. Support was secured. Black men want to be heard. We came to listen. It made a difference. Thank you, Milwaukee. Thank you, Bronzeville. Vote to exercise your right of self-determination. Harris for president. Now, this is a photo. Now, why does that matter? I go back to 2022. 2022, 50,000 fewer people voted in Milwaukee than 2020. If those 50,000 people in Milwaukee vote in 2022, Lieutenant Governor of Wisconsin, Mandela Barnes, is the United States Senator because he lost the race by 26,000. It's true. And so what you're talking about, what everyone's talking about, this election is going to be an election on the margins. Yeah. Georgia was what, 12,000? Arizona was what, 10,000? Wisconsin, Michigan, they were close as well. And so when you talk about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8,000, that can be the difference between winning and losing. And if you look at the data, what you're saying, it is there. It is sitting right there. Yes, and those Black men are saying, talk to us, not talk at us, talk with us, hear what we have to say. Ella Baker, she used to always tell the stick workers, listen, put your college clothes to the side, put your overalls on, and don't think those folks in those sharecroppers ain't smart. They may only have a second or third degree education, but they're smart. She says, listen to what they have to say and say, we're here to help you get what you want, not tell you what it is that you need. And those things actually have to happen. So her numbers have been improving. And the reality is this here, the race is flipped. The reason the numbers look different in North Carolina and Georgia is because of the increase in black voter sign up. young black women. We showed it, Tom Bonnier, I'm going to show it in a second. Tom Bonnier showed this here. It was a 200+ increase in voter participation in terms of voter registration. But when you talk about the critical states, again, Michigan, when you say Wisconsin, you mean Milwaukee. When you say Pennsylvania, you mean Philadelphia. And then you talk about Georgia, North Carolina. Yes, black male vote is going to be critical because in the previous election, when Tom Tillis, 2020, U.S. Senate race, Tom Tillis got one re-election because he got 18% of black male votes because Democrats ignored rural North Carolina. And so, because he drafted off of Trump with his black male numbers. Tillis was reelected, even though Tom Tillis was the architect of voter suppression in North Carolina. So Democrats are going to have those discussions. It's going to be difficult. Hold tight one second. I'm going to go to a break. We come back. We're going to pick up more of our conversation here. Folks, the debate will be starting literally in 41 minutes. We've got some of our CBC members who are showing up here as well. Glad to see them here. Of course, their watch party is happening as we have our coverage here, so we're going to be hearing from some of them as well. You're watching special coverage on the Black Star Network of the ABC News presidential debate. We'll be right back.
Well, this was spicy.
He told us who he was.
Should abortion be punished? There has to be some form of punishment.
Then he showed us.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
Now Donald Trump wants to go further with plans to restrict birth control, ban abortion nationwide, even monitor women's pregnancies. We know who Donald Trump is. He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Next on the Black Table with me, Greg Carr. There's a lot of talk about the inevitability of another civil war in this country. But on our next show, we'll talk to a noted author and scholar who says we're actually in the middle of one right now. In fact, Steve Phillips says the first one that started back in 1861, well, it never ended.
People carrying the Confederate flag, wearing sweatshirts saying MAGA Civil War, January 6, 2021, stormed the U.S. Capitol, hunted down the country's elected officials, built a gallows for the Vice President of the United States, and to block the peaceful transfer of power within this country.
On the next Black Table, here on the Black Star Network.
In 2016, Donald Trump said he would choose only the best people to work in his White House. Now those people have a warning for America. Trump is not fit to be president again. Here's his vice president.
Anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. It should come as no surprise that I will not be endorsing Donald Trump this year.
His defense secretary.
Do you think Trump can be trusted with the nation's secrets ever again?
No. I mean, it's just irresponsible action that places our service members at risk, places our nation's security at risk.
His national security advisor.
Donald Trump will cause a lot of damage. The only thing he cares about is Donald Trump.
And the nation's highest-ranking military officer.
We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator.
Take it from the people who knew him best. Donald Trump is a danger to our troops and our democracy. We can't let him lead our country again.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, Dave.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm Devon Frank.
I'm Dr. Robin B., pharmacist and fitness coach, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
All right, folks, the ABC News presidential debate begins in 36 minutes. Our coverage, pre-show coverage on the Black Star Network. Before we went to the break, actually, we were in the break, and Scott wanted to make a point. I was like, man, don't save it. Don't leave it in the locker room. Wait till you come back on the air. So make your point.
You caught the car, because you always interrupt me. But to my colleague here, what was the...
slow ass.
Fired up.
No, he just slow.
You did not finish your thought about the DNC and the presidential campaign talking to black men. Recent polling shows that the three top issues for black men, ironically, one is health care, maybe not so ironic, criminal justice reform, and the economy/jobs and stuff. So is the DNC talking to them specifically about those issues, or are they just sending them the black stuff?
They're sending them the black stuff. So for instance, I was talking to one of my friends who is an independent. He's 50 years old. He's a vet, black man. And so the text that he recently received from, I think, one of the congressional campaigns in a competitive congressional is, hey, so we're talking to black women and black femmes on reproductive health issues. Are you interested in showing up? So he texts back.
What?
So he texts back, and he texts them back, and he says, well, I care about these issues too. I identify as a black man. And they're like, oh yeah, well, you're invited too. And he was like, well, that's not what you just text me to begin with. Right. So within the health issue that black men care about, part of it is reproductive health, because every human being has reproductive health issues, and even having reproductive justice on the ballot in Florida, in Arizona, those are issues that black men care about. Those are issues.
Actually, in Ohio, the group that voted at the highest rate for the Ohio ballot initiative were black men.
And so connecting just on this one issue, think about the DNC when they had different people on stage talking about their experiences with abortion, but also greater reproductive health. There was a black woman on that stage who was married. Her husband wasn't there with her, but the white woman was on stage with her white husband. Why aren't we including black men in the conversation about reproductive health? Because black men care about this issue
that we're not talking about.
That's right.
And I'm going to just go ahead and keep it a buck. I'm sorry I'm about to interrupt.
Well, that's what a show called Unfiltered. Go. You ain't got to qualify.
All the brothers that I didn't talk to, they were like, okay, there's no way that a black man can show up with a white woman and be the president of the United States, but a black woman can show up with a white man and be the president of the United States. And the brothers that I've talked to outside of policy, that is a real issue.
Oh, it's off-putting.
Huh?
It's off-putting.
It is, okay,
For
right.
sure.
It is off-putting. That's another thing.
Hold on.
It's not a policy thing that we
What's
can...
off-put?
Having a white husband is what they try.
Well, because, okay, here's what they say. Barack would have never been able to be the president of the United States without
no,
black
Michelle saved, isn't it?
Okay.
And so why is it true that, you know, VP can show up with her white husband?
Well, first of all, and here's what I'll say to every black man who's tripping on who she married to. Do your ass cheat? Did you cheer for Kobe Bryant? You ain't questioning his
talking about us. I'm talking about them cats.
No. I ain't talking about us. I'm talking about all them. I'm talking about all them dudes out there who wait in line for some Jordans. Y'all ain't questioning who Michael married to right now. They ain't questioning who the hell Kobe was married to. No, it's not. No, it's not. No. Here's my whole point.
I mean, it's not logical.
If you gonna sit here and trip, if you gonna trip on who she married to, why your ass wearing the Kobe and Michael jersey?
But interracial marriage is not one of the top three voting issues, not the top 10 voting issues.
It's a conversation at the kitchen table.
Right.
All right,
It's a conversation, but when we're talking about issues that black men have identified that they care about, we're seeing black men missing in those conversations.
Yes.
What you're surveying on and what you're talking about at home with your friends and your family.
And what I'm saying is, if you ain't tripping on who Kobe was sleeping with, why you tripping on who she's sleeping with?
Is that as big an issue that would cause a black voter, black male voter, not to vote the Democratic ticket?
You got some.
That would be enough.
If a black male voter, like once again, I don't speak for black men. I'm recounting what black men are doing.
I done heard some of that bullshit. Go ahead.
So if black men are seeing other demographics being called out, my question is, why aren't black men and their specific issues even having them? Why isn't that being called out?
But is that enough for them not to vote for Kamala Harris?
That's
in your opinion.
That is enough. That is enough for. That's enough for 1 or 2 percentages.
Really?
And if 1 or 2 percentages aren't showing up, that's going to be a problem. But that's any voter.
At the end of the day, she married to who she married. It ain't gonna change.
But no,
So
I'm not talking.
And then you can do about it.
Ain't about
the black men I'm talking to aren't talking about who they might say, yeah, she's married to a white man.
I got it.
But that's not their issue. Their issue is when it comes to all these other policy issues that we're talking about, why aren't we including black men in these policy conversations? And that's the one, the 2%.
Right, and that particular point there goes to who is the person sitting in the position, who's picking, who's in commercials, who's speaking out. That's why representation matters. And a lot of folk don't think that way. And that also goes to, listen, when you look at those numbers I showed you earlier, of that 12% of black men who voted for Trump, I kept trying to explain to people, it was 9%, it was a 9-point gap between black men and black women, Obama-Romney. Everybody kept assuming it was, oh goodness, men ain't supporting Hillary. No, that gap increased, partly because the Democratic Party was not specifically, and I've been yelling since 2012, y'all gonna have a problem in a decade if y'all keep ignoring this issue. And so they kept saying, oh, no, we're working on it. And remember, let me remind everybody, after the 2016 election, it was a group of black women who wrote a letter to Tom Perez and lit the Democrats up and said, y'all, unless y'all deal with this, you're gonna have a problem. And so what the Democratic Party what white Democratic leaders have been unwilling to address is that you have a changing black electorate. The further you get away from the civil rights movement, you have a different black voter. Black folks, increasingly, from Gen X to Millennial to Gen Z, do not self-identify as Democrats, which means how you reach them is different than how you reach 65 plus. And so Democrats, which also means they got to spend more money, they got to micro-target, and those are the two things they've been unwilling to do. So the white strategist is like, well, we can just throw the blanket. Blanket don't work. Because what you've been saying, and you, and everybody here, you have to now micro-target. You have to micro-target black entrepreneurs. I used the example when I was in Georgia in 2022 out there for Warnock. There was a black woman who owned a cafe, and she said, listen, I'm a woman, I get reproductive rights, but I ain't trying to have no kids. I do care about my corporate tax rate because I own this business. And so to talk to that black woman is different than talking to a black woman in another part of Georgia. And so the problem for Democrats is, we're going to talk to that black woman the same way they're going to talk to you, you. And it's different. And so they've been grappling with how do you now micro-target African Americans, and they've been unwilling to spend the resources to do so, and that's one of the troubling issues. Folks, joining us right now, somebody who wants. So we got a number of CDC members who join us over there. I see Congressman Joe Nagase, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty. I see Congresswoman Maxine Waters, and some others over there as well. My next guest, y'all, actually wants to join them come November. Shamari Figures, he's running for Congress in Alabama. Of course, black folks got that opportunity district. It is not a black district, it's an opportunity district. And so he joins us right now. Glad to see you here. What's it going to take? Listen, you now have two, frankly, what we call black seats in Alabama. Congresswoman Terry Sewell, for the longest, been the only one. Now you have an opportunity for a second African American. What are you seeing? What are you hearing out there from voters in this opportunity district?
Look, I can tell you a lot of what I just heard both of you discuss. Those issues are very relevant. One, I think to your point about the evolution of the message to targeting not just black men, but blacks overall. What we have found, and somewhat surprising, like this district that I'm running in, this includes Montgomery, which is birthplace, heartbeat of the civil rights movement. It includes Tuskegee. It includes John Lewis's hometown. I am of that generation removed from the civil rights era. My father was a civil rights attorney. My father integrated University of Alabama's law school. My father was a lawyer who filed a lawsuit that bankrupted the Klan. So I am technically one generation removed. I am under 40, just barely. But most people who are under 40, especially as you get further younger, they're more than just one generation removed from that civil rights messaging being effective. And what we have found is that black men and black people in Alabama under a certain age, especially when you get to 35 and lower.
Right.
They don't resonate and identify with the civil rights movement in the way.
You can't bring up the Independence Bridge. You can't bring up 16th Street Baptist Church.
It is not as much of a motivational
We're
factor
finished.
as it once was.
We're finished. Check, please, for the race.
It's still, look, it's still, it's still very relevant.
Serious?
Yeah. For the race.
It's the realities of it, man. In the data proves it. Like, the data proves it. The most likely voter profile in America is a black woman over the age of 55.
Yeah.
Second most likely voter profile is a black man over the age of 55. The most unlikely voter profile in America is a black man under the age of 35, and the second most unlikely profile.
So when you run the numbers, the group that votes at the high is 65 plus, then it's 55 plus. Yeah. As you go down, it decreases
significantly.
And so the problem is millennials and Gen Z now represent a larger group of the population than baby boomers. Yeah. And so what I've said to them is, stop complaining about all the old folk. Y'all can actually decide elections. But you still have to communicate with that group in a way that is different than you do 45, 55 plus.
And exactly. And it's not that they can't be reached. That's not. And it's not that the history doesn't matter to them.
How do you?
It just doesn't resonate to the same instantaneous degree as it does with somebody that's 50 plus that can remember life. You know, when you didn't have the opportunities that we have now, at least facially. Look, what we have found is those messaging around those topics. It works. It hits people a little bit different when you make it hit people. Like in the state of Alabama, look, for statistical purposes, we live the shortest lives in America. Like if you're born in Alabama, you're expected to die before anybody else born almost in any other state in the United States of America.
And then when you had Congressman Arthur Davis vote against the Affordable Care Act, that pissed a lot of people off. I remember I cussed him out. I was like, you represent one of the sickest districts in America. What the hell are you thinking?
Look, 7 of the 25 poorest counties in this state are in the state of Alabama, which is one of the poorest states in the United States, are in this district.
The district you're trying to represent.
The district I'm trying to represent. And so you have to be able to speak to the issues that resonate with people in those communities. Healthcare is a big deal. Just since I've been in this race,
criminal justice
we've had 3 hospitals closed.
Right.
Just in this district, just in the past year since we've been in this race.
How many?
3 hospitals closed. Because you got a governor, Kay Ivey, they've been ignoring Medicaid expansion.
But they're building prison, that criminal reform, all this like convict leasing. You got people who get
those are the things that you have to explain to people.
In fact, Governor Kay Ivey actually used
COVID money.
Money that came there, but people were saying used for health care. She used it for prison.
We saw one of those big prisons. I mean, but this whole thing, reading recently about this convict leasing, man, you got people working fast food who are prisoners, right? They give them release. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about targeting?
Well, I think it's targeting people around civics is not what civics used to be when probably many of us were in school, right? And having people understand, I've learned on this campaign trail that we cannot take for granted that people understand what government does and what different levels of government do to impact their lives.
Yep.
And so we've had to step back a lot and sort of not, I don't want to say teaching or teaching down to people, but we've had to step out and craft our message around.
I call it Schoolhouse Rock 2.0.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
So policy and logic, I'm a Southerner. I'm a very proud Southerner.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you how many arguments I didn't have with friends and family because logic and details do not work. Yeah. What's your emotional message? How are you connecting to people emotionally?
Reach it like, damn.
I mean,
look, one thing that we have the unfortunate benefit of being able to run on.
Tell us what you really
and I say unfortunate because most of the district that we are now running, just a sliver of the district that we're now running in came out of Terry Sewell's district, right, when they redrew this district. The majority of this district has never been represented by the likes of a Terry Sewell or anybody who cares about what life is like for people who aren't as fortunate, right?
So this was largely a Republican district, and that's what it was. And then all of a sudden, when they were forced by the Supreme Court to redraw those lines, now all of a sudden, because the district is it 45 or 47% black? What's the number?
48% black, 46% black. Voting age population. When you factor in turnout, when you factor in turnout,
right.
It's not going to be a majority black turnout.
So the issue is that 48%, because it was a Republican member of Congress, they were never talked to. They were ignored.
The vast majority of them. Some of that 48% was in Terry Sewell's district, right? And they,
so you're having to try to explain to them what a member of Congress does, and then this is why if you elect me, well, I'm gonna bring back to the district.
What does it look like when somebody cares for you at this level?
Yeah.
That's the emotional message that we take to people.
When you see them, when you give them a voice.
When you see them and you talk to them, right? Like when you can literally look at a teacher and say, hey, I care about the fact that the school that you educate in now is the same school your grandparents went to school in. Like, I care about the fact when you call a hospital that they tell you it's going to take you an hour and a half before an ambulance can come get you. Right? I care about the fact that the only dialysis center in your county, which just happened in Crenshaw County in this district, you know, has been there for years. It was fine when they were profitable and making money, but now that they're not making money, they up and shut the doors down with, you know, just a few weeks' notice, and now people in that county have to drive an hour, hour and a half for dialysis treatment, which means they ain't going to all of the appointments, which means that they're going to further exacerbate this pattern of living shorter lives. So we reach out, and I don't want to insinuate that you can make a company stay in business when they're not making money, but they owe more to the community than just a few weeks' notice before you pick up and leave.
Right.
But at the end of the day, we hit people on that message. We talk about, like, you know, this is real life that we're talking about here. We're talking about, like, how do we make this?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So, got it. And I deeply appreciate you running for office. But we're running, this is the most divided country perhaps in the history of this country. Maybe, maybe not. We're divisive. The center wants both sides to work together. Both sides don't work together in Congress. If you're elected, right, and whether the Dems run it or the Republicans run it, the Dems are going to lose the Senate probably. Who knows what's going to happen at the president level? If it's a divided House, those three houses, you know, all the things you want to do but for your constituents, how do you get those done in a divided House? And if we're so divided, deep down, like, why do you want to run and serve? You know, the numbers on the Congress and Supreme Court are the worst they've been in 50 years. So why do it?
So I tell people I'm still naive enough to believe that federal government can do good.
You're not what?
That I'm still naive enough to believe that federal government can do good. And I say that somewhat sarcastically because I believe it. This very district that I'm running in right now, right? It's the product of what happens when federal government works the way it was supposed to work. Like, I'm running for a seat that was redrawn based on litigation that was brought out of the Voting Rights Act that was fought for, marched for, protested, and died for in this district.
Okay.
Right?
And it's happened to the second black district in Louisiana. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for me, look, I'm the product, I'm the beneficiary of federal government stepping in and helping my family get to where they are. My father walked in University of Alabama's law school as the first black man and walked out as the first black lawyer ever educated in the state of Alabama.
Come on,
that doesn't happen without federal government protections. That doesn't happen without a Department of Education and the civil rights protection that they do. So when I hear people talk about
how are you going to get it done? Because the question ultimately is, why are you running, and how are you going to get it done if you win?
So look, I think being divided politically does not mean being divided from a mission standpoint, right? So you got to do what it takes, man, to represent the people that elect you there, right? You got to go there every single day. Your guiding North Star has to be what's right. Your guiding North Star cannot be what the Democratic Party tells you to do, what the Republican Party tells you to do, what a president, a vice president, or whatever. You have to go and you have to be motivated by what you think is right. My job in coming to Washington, D.C. is not to get reelected. My job in coming to Washington, D.C. is to be able to advocate for the things and the resources that we need back in these communities and to try to deliver as much as we possibly can. And look, I think that, like I say, I'm still naive enough to believe.
What, is he rubbing off on you?
So here's the thing. If we went down Scott's questioning, that's black people in this country, we would just get up and die, right? Because all the odds are against us. So regardless of what the odds are, we still show up. So I'm actually going to be in your district this weekend. I'm going to be at Alabama State doing an Alabama HBCU voting summit for students. We have students from all across the state and administrators. And one thing that I would tell Scott
Why are you
is
looking at
these
me?
students are so excited. We're giving them that civic education that you were talking about. We're letting the students know who are in that second opportunity district to know, hey, you get to have representation. You get to actually have somebody who's going to care about your issues. So I hear what Scott's saying, but I'm also on the ground, and I see all of the young people who are excited because now they're like, okay, we've been waiting all our lives. We've been doing active shooting drills. We don't have clean water. We don't have clean air. And now I'm 18 years old, and I get to do something about it. So my question for you is, what is your message for young people in your district to get them to turn up, turn out, and vote for
about 90 seconds?
I think is summed up in something that President Obama used to say, and I worked in the White House and had the privilege of working on this. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. right? People are not going to do it for us. We got to get out there and do it. Now you're up. Now you're up next. You said, why did I want to run? Because, look, my parents' generation, they've done what they did. My father served in the state legislature for 20 years. My mom has been in that seat since he died 28 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, they fought the fight. They fought the fight, right? So now it's up to us. We have to take what's been given to us, right? Because we don't. You say we're divided as we've ever been, and I respectfully disagree.
Yeah.
This country once went to war.
Yeah.
This country once went to war. This country was once willing to pick up arms and kill people for the rights of people that look like us around
Send
this.
us to do it.
Yeah, and send us to do it. I literally have a great-great-great-grandfather that was sent to the front lines of the Civil War as a body man for his owner's son.
Yes, sir.
And so it just means a little more bit, different to me. It means a little bit more to me. So I do think that we can get past. We've gotten past, times where black people were literally killed for going to vote.
You're talking about duty.
We ain't there no more, but we got to go out and do it.
Shamari Figures, running for Congress in Alabama. What's the congressional district?
Congressional District 2.
All right, number 2 in Alabama. We certainly appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
Look forward to having
again,
you back on the show. And some other black journalists, they hit me. They said that they want to get you in their platforms and their publications, so we'll make it happen.
Let's do it.
Folks, gonna go to a break.
Appreciate you, brother.
We'll come back. We're gonna chat with some Congressional Black Caucus members who are here hanging out over there, enjoying themselves. You're watching the Black Star Network's special coverage of the ABC News presidential debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and some other dude. We'll be right back.
The overturning of Roe almost killed me. I had a blood clot in my uterus that caused my labor to have to be induced because of the overturn of Roe v. Wade. I wasn't able to get life-saving treatment sooner. I almost died. And that's because of the decision that Donald Trump made.
I was able to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I'm proud to have done it.
The doctors and nurses were afraid that if they treated me in the incorrect way, that they would be prosecuted for that. And that's appalling. Donald Trump says that women should be punished.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion? There has to be some form of punishment. For the woman? Yeah.
I believe that women should have reproductive freedom to make the choices about their own bodies. 4 more years of Donald Trump means that women's rights will continue to be taken away one by one by one by one. This has to stop because women are dying.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it.
This is about covering us.
Invest in black-owned media.
Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks.
We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible.
Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland@RolandSMartin.com.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
What?
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems.
Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. America's ready for a new chapter. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
In 2016, Donald Trump said he would choose only the best people to work in his White House. Now those people have a warning for America. Trump is not fit to be president again. Here's his vice president.
Anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. It should come as no surprise that I will not be endorsing Donald Trump this year.
His defense secretary.
Do you think Trump can be trusted with the nation's secrets ever again?
No. I mean, it's just irresponsible action that places our service members at risk, places our nation's security at risk.
His national security advisor.
Donald Trump will cause a lot of damage. The only thing he cares about is Donald Trump.
And the nation's highest-ranking military officer.
We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator.
Take it from the people who knew him best. Donald Trump is a danger to our troops and our democracy. We can't let him lead our country again.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
This is Essence Atkins.
Mr. Love King of R&B, Raheem Devon.
It's me, Sherry Shepard, and you know what you watch.
You're watching Roland Martin, Unfiltered.
All right, y'all, welcome back to the Black Star Network, live, of course, ABC News presidential debate, our watch party, our coverage as well. The CBC here is hanging out. Scott Bolden, of course, came to our panel late. He's a Kappa. So, of course, Congressman Troy Carter will be late as well, and he's a Kappa. So it's got to be a Kappa thing. All right, so glad to see everybody here. We were, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, she's like, I got to go. I got to watch the debate. And I was like, now, you know I'm a voter. You know I live in your district. So we are. And my mama and my daddy, so lots of vote. Huh?
The stress of it all.
Let's talk about tonight. What do you want to see happen tonight?
Listen, I honestly want to see her do what I know, what a trial lawyer knows how to do, which is to dominate, especially a defendant on the other side. So I think that she's going to knock it out of the park. She's going to be able to correct the record as he goes out and tells lies on top of lies. So I think she's going to crush him.
All right, then I'm going to go to this side over here. Congresswoman Joyce Beatty of Ohio. How you doing?
I'm fine. Glad to be here with my colleagues with the Congressional Black Caucus. We're excited. We're big supporters. We know that she will do well. She has a great platform to run on. She's done more for the economy, for our children. Just think about it. The Biden-Harris administration, now the Harris-Walz, will continue to be on that platform. Two different visions you're going to see tonight. One that will be destructive and divisive and discriminatory, and she'll talk to the American people because we know that Trump will weaponize the government over the American people. He makes a mess, she's going to clean up the mess.
All right, I'm going to go to the next member over here. People watching my show saying, who you? K-Bomb. See that? So I told you it's a black show. That's how we do it. This ain't that unseasoned chicken on the other networks.
Well, Gabe, I'm from Rhode Island's 1st Congressional District, and I am the 60th member of the Congressional Black Caucus. Honored to be sitting with this illustrious group, but we've got a mission that is going to take hold tonight, and that's going to be Vice President Harris laying out the case and really pushing forward an opportunity agenda where everybody can thrive, especially Black Americans, because of what she'll be able to do when she becomes our next president.
All right, we're going from Rhode Island to New York. Congresswoman Clark, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Roland. This is an evening that I think we've all eagerly been anticipating. The one-on-one, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. I believe that she's going to blow it out the park. I believe that she's going to make him look as small as he really is. He's certainly not going to come to the table with any policy prescriptions and any real movement for the American people other than going backward. She's moving forward. We're moving with her. Kamala Harris for President of the United States of America. She's going to do this tonight.
I'm going to do some flip-flopping, so Antoine, you stay right over here. I'm going to go to California over here, Congresswoman Barbara Lee. Congresswoman, what would Shirley Chisholm be saying tonight?
Oh, Shirley Chisholm would be saying, I am so proud, and the work that I did and the fights that I fought have brought forth this day, and Kamala Harris is standing on the shoulders of Shirley Chisholm, who is watching now, and look at these wonderful women of the Congressional Black Caucus who also stand on Shirley Chisholm's shoulders. And I am so proud of Kamala Harris. Of course, she comes from my hometown in the East Bay, and she's going to win tonight. She's going to win every single voter who is undecided. She's going to be herself. She's going to show her authenticity, her integrity, and the fact that she's prepared, she's experienced, and she's smart.
All right, so here's the deal. We got several more. We got 6 minutes before the debate starts. We're about to knock it out. Congresswoman, how you doing? Antoine, swing that way.
I'm doing very well. I'm excited about tonight. We know that Donald Trump is not ready. He can't handle being around Black women. Last time he was with 3 Black reporters. He was petulant. He was sour. He started lying. He was disgruntled. So I expect to see all of that happening tonight.
That was me. You hear saying, lying, he lying. That was me. My alpha brother, Congressman Bobby Scott, Virginia, what's happening?
Roland, thank you. What I'm looking for is some reality. She needs to make sure that people know that under Biden and Harris, they created the most jobs in history. Trump had the worst job performance in 100 years. And you can't just keep saying it's a good economy he had. You couldn't find toilet paper. You couldn't find long lines to the food bank. You just can't keep lying about it. We reduced health care costs. They would increase health care costs. We just need to make sure that that contrast is made. And one thing we don't let him get away with is complaining about a problem being a solution. He just complains about it, blames the Democrat, and moves on. We need to solve the problems.
All right, do this here. Antoine, swing that way. And give me this camera right here. I'm going to go. Antoine, go on the other side. I'm going to come on this side. I'm going to come back to Congresswoman Waters once we get that shot set up over there. Let me step on over here. I guess I'll talk to this Omega sitting over here. I guess I'll talk to him. Congressman Jim Clyburn, he claims he's a great golfer, but I ain't seen it. What's happening?
I'm a has-been. I'm here to join with all my colleagues, most especially my senior citizen, Maxine Waters.
He was quick to call you senior.
Well, Maxine knows, like I know. I've been telling everybody, I just celebrated the 45th anniversary of my 39th birthday. And that adds up to 84 years. And I joined with Barbara Lee back in 1972, casting my vote at the convention for Shirley Chisholm. And I shared with Barbara last night. I was in Buffalo, New York last week. And I went up to Shirley's resting place. And really, I stood there thinking about where we are today and what she did back in 1972, laying the foundation upon which we are building what I think will be a tremendous future for all Americans with Kamala Harris. She will demonstrate tonight exactly what being a real patriot is all about. And that's what this campaign is all about.
Control Room, give me how much time we got left. Let's go to 3 minutes. Congressman Joe Nogay from Colorado. You ain't happy about Deion losing to Nebraska, but go ahead and make your comment.
Hey, listen, he's going to win this Saturday, but that's a different topic. Look, I would just say there's a lot of history in that room tonight in Philly, as Leader Clyburn just articulated. I'm looking forward to it. I think the vice president's going to win this debate. I think she's going to articulate a positive, hopeful vision for the country that's policy-based, talking about the ways that she's going to uplift our communities, lower costs on the pump, lower costs groceries, across the board job creation. So I'm excited about the debate.
All right, let me go to New Orleans. Congressman Troy Carter, Kappa.
Tonight,
we got 2 minutes and 30 seconds before you start the debate. Go.
The American people will have an opportunity tonight to really draw a comparison between right and wrong, between someone that has demonstrated a life of service versus someone who has a life of scamming. The people will have an opportunity to look at more than just R and D, look at right and wrong and the protection of our democracy and the rights that we all have. Tonight is a chance for people to really zero in on the facts.
Congresswoman Waters, we got 2 minutes before we go to debate, and I got you, Bishop, and Meeks.
I'm feeling very confident. I usually don't feel this way about any debate, but I feel tonight that we have the candidate who has the capability, the concern, and the confidence. She knows who she is, and she knows the issues, and she's been on a path to this presidency without knowing exactly how it was going to happen, but she decided a long time ago, from the time she started in San Francisco as a city attorney, going through to the AG, on to the Senate, running for president, that this was going to be what was going to be happening for her. She was going to be the president of the United States, and Biden just made it happen sooner. That's all I got to say.
All right, we're going to go to Congressman Sanford Bishop real quick. Don't take all the alpha's time. Go.
Listen, tonight is going to be a big night. Kamala Harris has been for the people from the very beginning of her career. She was for the people when she was a DA. She was for the people when she was the Attorney General. She was for the people when she was the Senator, for the Vice President. And she's going to be for the people, and this administration is going to take us to higher levels. I'm looking forward to this debate. The American people will see a person that many people didn't know was there. She is there. She's going to be our leader, take us to a long way to the future.
Let me just say, we're going to see Dr. King's dream come true, where people will see the content of character as opposed to color of skin. And this woman will show who she is as a person, as a human being, compared to the double con man, the con and the convict. That's who he is. And so, in the words of Muhammad Ali, since we can't get along, let's get it on.
We are right now about to go live to the ABC News presidential debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Let's go.
Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special, the most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for two candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having, on the short end of the stick, in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job. but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v. Wade,
Answer the question, would you veto?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside, and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people are on television saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formally worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president, in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President Harris,
the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down. And name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment
to.
that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican.
judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart, Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel. Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror, and they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
Why has America accepted the wait for payday when life doesn't wait for you to get paid? Introducing My Pay from Chime, a revolutionary new way of getting your pay when you want. Get up to $500 of your pay before payday. No interest, no credit check, no mandatory fees. When any day is payday, it's a good day. Get paid when you say with My Pay. Get started at Chime.com.
Nobody knew I existed. But look at all these people. Who do you think they see me?
You're Joker. I'd do anything for you.
People believe Arthur Fleck to be some kind of martyr. Well, he's not.
You don't think this is me?
Rated R.
The season finale is upon us! Dog food in thy fridge?
It's not dog food. It's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
For thy beast?
There's always a betrayal in the finale.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
in Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital. Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Here at Columbia University.
Here in downtown Port-au-Prince.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy. I'm in. I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara,
Ginger.
Why has America accepted the wait for payday when life doesn't wait for you to get paid? Introducing MyPay from Chime, a revolutionary new way of getting your pay when you want. Get up to $500 of your pay before payday. No interest, no credit check, no mandatory fees. When any day is payday, it's a good day. Get paid when you say with MyPay. Get started at Chime.com.
Nobody knew I existed. But look at all these people. Who do you think they see me?
You're Joker. I'd do anything for you.
People believe Arthur Fleck to be some kind of martyr. Well, he's not.
You don't think this is me?
Rated R. It's dinner in America. As the sun rises on today, men and women continue to have the opportunity to eat Cheddar Bay biscuits at Red Lobster. With plates of delicious lobster, shrimp, and crab served around every basket, the dreams of a Cheddar Bay-filled tomorrow are being fully baked today. It's dinner in America, and under the leadership of Cheddar Bay biscuits, our country is happier, cheesier, and more united for the butter. Cheddar Bay 2024. One bite can unite.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Keep streaming with ABC News Live. Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for $250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
They threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interests for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, 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 and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, "I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black." I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said, going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsey,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris.
To what he has
President
said
Trump, this is
multiple
now
times.
your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better.
Correct.
Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsey. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
In terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
Why has America accepted the wait for payday? When life doesn't wait for you to get paid. Introducing My Pay from Chime, a revolutionary new way of getting your pay when you want. Get up to $500 of your pay before payday. No interest, no credit check, no mandatory fees. When any day is payday, it's a good day. Get paid when you say with My Pay. Get started at Chime.com.
Nobody knew I existed. But look at all these people. Who do you think they see me?
You're Joker. I'd do anything for you.
People believe Arthur Fleck to be some kind of martyr. Well, he's not.
You don't think this is me?
Rated R.
Sure, Vistaprint prints business cards, but we also print these and those. And engrave that. We print your brand on everything so customers can notice you, remember you, and fall in love with you. If you need it, we print it with 25% off for new customers at Vistaprint.com.
This Tuesday, the view's on the move into a new big season on ABC. And get this, moving into a fabulous new home and studio, too.
Y'all know we're moving, right?
New home?
Same hot topics. See you soon for an all-new season of The View from our new home.
New season, new hot topics, hot new studio, same time, right here on ABC. And there will be surprises, right, Whoopi?
Oh, yeah. Restaurant bread, stale policies, no cheddar. Cheddar Bay 2024 is here to clean up the crumbs. Come in now for a chance to win 4 years of free Red Lobster, because one bite can unite all parties, at least for dinner.
ABC News, honored for excellence with 40 Emmy nominations. Mornings, evenings, late night, weekends, streaming 24/7. 40 Emmy nominations. Thank you for making ABC News America's #1 news.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're gonna love it.
Why has America accepted the wait for payday? When life doesn't wait for you to get paid. Introducing My Pay from Chime, a revolutionary new way of getting your pay when you want. Get up to $500 of your pay before payday. No interest, no credit check, no mandatory fees. When any day is payday, it's a good day. Get paid when you say with My Pay. Get started at Chime.com.
Nobody knew I existed. But look at all these people. Who do you think they see me?
You're Joker. I'd do anything for you.
People believe Arthur Fleck to be some kind of martyr. Well, he's not.
You don't think this is me?
Rated R.
Sure, Vistaprint prints business cards, but we also print these and those. And engrave that. We print your brand on everything so customers can notice you, remember you, and fall in love with you. If you need it, we print it with 25% off for new customers at Vistaprint.com.
Other sausage brands use non-meat filler. That's just non-good. Keep it real, people, and keep it juicy.
Boogie woogie jam slam, bust the dialect, I'm the man in command, come flow with the sounds of the mighty.
zone. What are your must-haves in a man?
I'm very picky about a man being a gentleman, somebody who's generous, and also somebody who's humble.
Whoever that guy is, we want you to be happy.
I want to propose a toast. Thank you so much for all your support. You guys have been the best family in the world. I'm not here to replace Dad. I just want our family to be whole again. Cheers to a great adventure.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
All right, folks, you've been watching the ABC News presidential debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. As we saw the end there. Henry, go to my iPad. This is all I could think about right there was when Roberto Duran and Sugar Ray Leonard, when they were fighting, and Roberto Duran just said, you know what, I'm tired of getting my ass whooped. No mas, no mas. He just waved him off. He was like, you know what, I can't even just, just end this. Let me just go ahead and go home because that's it. That's what this was, y'all. We got 14 CBC members in the House. That was one hell of a debate performance. To my left, Congressman Stephen Horst from Nevada, Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congresswoman Barbara Lee of California, Congressman Gregory Meeks of New York, Alpha Man, also Congressman Horford, Alpha Man, my bad, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty from Ohio, Congressman Bobby Scott from Virginia, Alpha Man. We got Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina, he Omega, but at least he's an Archon. Only takes one, because y'all ain't got that many. And of course, Congresswoman Maxine Waters from California as well. Y'all, we got 7 other CBC members coming up next after this here. Congressman, I'm gonna start with you since you're the chair. Oh my God.
She focused on the American people. She talked about the fact that this debate was about them and their future. This is a clear contrast between two visions for America. She offered clear plans, clear policies that spoke to them. Donald Trump only talked about one person, himself. Over and over again, he kept bringing it to himself. This election is not about him. It's about all of us. And Kamala Harris is a candidate who wants to reach and to lead and to deliver for all Americans, and that's what she talked about. She opened on the economy, bringing down costs. She talked about a woman's right to protect her own freedom to make the healthcare decisions about her body. She talked about immigration and the need to actually address the border crisis and the fentanyl crisis. And it was Donald Trump who walked away from a bipartisan deal that would have solved a problem, but he doesn't want to do that. He wants to keep the problem going. So I think she did a phenomenal job, but it's ultimately the people who will decide this election in 56 days.
Congresswoman Maxine Waters, she called that man disgrace several times to his face. She got under his skin.
She absolutely did, and he fell for the bait because she looked him in the face and said to him what he never thought that he would hear from her. She held her own. You know, I'm so proud of her. The American people got to see what is competence, what public policy is all about. They got to see a leader who was intelligent, a leader who understood the needs of the American people and talked about bringing us together. She had to confront him in a way that most people didn't even know that she would take him on in the way that she did, but she took him on this evening. And she was right there telling him what he was and what he wasn't. As a matter of fact, disgrace is what stood out. She said it more than once. And I think the American people saw that. They understood that when they heard it. And so I'm so proud of her. She has really demonstrated her competence, her intelligence, and she wore him out on international relations. She was brilliant. He couldn't even respond. He couldn't even get in the debate. All he could do is talk about his friend Putin and the fact that, oh, give him a chance, he'll stop everything before he's ever elected. He's never going to be elected again. I'm sitting here this evening and I understand thoroughly, maybe for the first real time, that we have before us the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Congressman Clyburn, everybody talked about her need to prosecute him. Damn, did she prosecute him? I don't think he want to see another black female prosecutor in his life.
Absolutely. I think that she acquitted herself very well by prosecuting him. extremely well. And I think that the American people got a chance tonight to see the contrast. Are we going to have a future where the dreams and aspirations of their children and grandchildren can be realized, or are we going to spend the next several years in chaos? That's the contrast. I think she showed the American people that we can have tranquility, that we can have opportunity, that we can have freedoms, that we can have an America that all can benefit from. I think that, as Maxine just said, we just saw the first woman president of these United States of America.
I got to go to Congresswoman Lee on that one. I opened up in the beginning. I asked you about the late Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm. I mean, Vice President Harris stayed on the offense constantly. She did not relent. She did not back up. She stayed on offense.
Roland, like Shirley Chisholm, Kamala Harris showed that she's a fighter. She showed tonight that she's a fighter for the people. But she also showed that she was very presidential, that she's prepared, she's experienced, she knows what she's talking about, she has an agenda, and she has integrity. She's authentic, and I think tonight people saw through her authenticity. And they saw that she was a uniter also, and that she's bringing people together. What she saw with Donald Trump, I mean, this man showed his meanness. He showed that he's a fearmonger, that he's divisive, and that he's angry, and that he's full of hate. This country doesn't need hate. This country needs a Kamala Harris to bring us together, and she demonstrated tonight that as president, she will do that. And I agree. I think we witnessed tonight the next president of these United States of America who's going to fight for the people.
Oh, yeah.
Congressman Bobby Scott, when that fool sat there and repeated that Haitian eating animals live, I mean, right there, you knew how nuts he was. And then he just started flailing. That was at one point, that was one stretch. I don't think anybody knew what the hell he was talking about. Because everybody in the room was kind of like, what was the subject? I mean, he was just all over the place. She completely had him flustered.
In stark contrast to her presentation, which was strong, confident, and on point throughout. He was meandering around and making up lies like on reproductive care, everybody wanted states' rights. No. Civil rights, those who support civil rights never support states' rights. That's the battle cry of the segregationists.
Right.
They wanted states' rights. And she pointed out when you have states' rights, they get to do what they want to do in those states. But there was an overriding theme in the whole thing, and that is how you address a problem. Kamala wants to seize the problem as an opportunity to fix it and make life better for people. He views it as an opportunity to complain, get people all worked up, blame the Democrats, but do nothing. And she caught him on the border. Here you have a problem. He's complaining, blaming the Democrats, complaining. You have a solution. He kills the solution. And then what? Goes back to complaining. Well, no. If you have a problem, you ought to talk about solutions. And in the end, he said, well, she's talking about creating jobs. Why don't you create some jobs? He must have missed the point that this administration has created more jobs in 4 years than any administration in the history of the United States. In fact, they'd broken the record in the first 2 years. So I don't know.
And those were not bounce back jobs.
Exactly.
Well, wait a minute.
Because he tried to claim they were bounce back jobs.
Let's talk about bounce back. Bounce back from what? Bounce back from a miserable economy.
Right.
I mean, he kind of, by using that term, he kind of gives it away, that it was in fact a miserable economy and we were bouncing back. But we bounced back so much that we created a record in the first 2 years, more jobs after that. We've created more jobs than anybody in history. By the end of this administration, they would have created more jobs in 4 years than any Republican has done in 8.
Congressman Minshew, House Foreign Relations Committee, foreign policy was a huge part of this. He quotes a dictator saying that they want me back. She dog-walked him on Ukraine, on the border, on Putin. I said, did this fool quote Viktor Orban? Really?
He did.
It's unbelievable. Look, to me, he seemed old, disoriented, knew no policy, surely didn't know foreign policy. When you're talking about leading, you lead by uniting. NATO is now stronger than ever before. Fact of the matter, when you look at Sweden and Finland is now a part of NATO. That's strength, led by the United States of America. You're not out there by yourself when you say you don't need anybody. That's basically what he was saying. He's confused. When you look at what's taking place on the South Pacific, you see countries coming together, working together against his friend, Vladimir Putin. You see them coming together and working against his boyfriend, Kim Jong-un, in North Korea, who continued to write letters.
And they love letters.
Love letters. They're love letters. When you think about, what's taking place in regards to strengthening America, and one of the things that was clear to me, because one of the things that I will never forget, what he called countries on the continent of Africa, when he called them S-hole countries.
No, we have to say shithole nations.
Okay.
Yes.
So what he thinks, and I couldn't help but look at this also, to look at it as a black man, which I think is very important, because he looked at black men only having a certain type of job. And he tried to say, he didn't say black this time, he tried to say African American. But if you listen to what the vice president was talking about, she was talking about creating businesses and making sure people had access to capital. As a black man, I want to do a business. I need, what hurts us is access to capital. She's saying, well, I want to put $50,000 up front to give me access. As a black man, that's what I want to do to take care of my family. So she showed real strength and determination on how we can keep our families intact and be proud. She talked about having health care so that and having it affordable. So I don't have to worry about at night how I'm going to take care of my family because it's being put in place. So she hit all of those elements, whether it was foreign policy and whether it was domestic policy. And as a black man, what I need to strengthen me and strengthen my family so I can stand up. She spoke for me as a black man.
Congresswoman Beatty, when you have these debates, you can do two things. You could get so much into the weeds on your policy that you ignore fighting back, or you can get so locked in on fighting back on the lies you forget your policy. I thought that was great balance, where it was like, okay, let me knock his ass out, come back to my plan, and it was also an uplifting plan. Everything for him was horrible, pathetic. It was all doom and gloom, as opposed to what is hopeful or what is promising.
Absolutely. Tonight, I've never been prouder. She answered so many things. We saw tonight what a presidential candidate should look like. We saw her scholarship, we saw her temperament, but we also saw that she's a fighter, that she would stand up to the American people and she wouldn't run away. I'm so proud to join my colleagues and hold this sign tonight, because the number one thing we've been hearing across all of our states, who is Kamala Harris? Well, tonight, she answered that question. She answered what we already know. We've had the pleasure to serve with her in Congress. She's a member of the Congressional Black Caucus. She swore all of us in when she became vice president. She came to the caucus and the Congress and talked about the issues. But tonight, she fought for the American people. And what I really liked about it, she looked directly in the camera. She didn't play to the set or to Donald Trump. She spoke to the American people and she gave them hope. She told them that she would fight for all of our freedoms. She talked to women. She talked international policy and foreign policy. There was not a topic that she wasn't able to articulate. And as you said, it was clear she could get in the weeds with data and fact, but she came right out of it and spoke to the everyday people. She has a plan. He had no plan. He has no policies. He even admitted, well, I got a concept or two. And the more he talked, the more we saw that the discriminating and discriminatory things that he would say. And we saw her standing up for the people.
We have a second CBC panel. I'm going to throw this out, and everybody can make their final comments. But y'all serve in Congress. Did that fool say he saved the Affordable Care Act? Did I hear?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, he did.
What? He did everything to try to kill it.
Exactly.
60 times.
Yeah.
Everything.
And Project 2025 would kill Medicare, Social Security, defund the Department of Education.
But he said he don't know about it. He doesn't want to read it.
When somebody gives you a playbook, like Coach Wall says, they plan to use it.
Exactly.
They've written 900 pages of a playbook, and they plan to use it. That's why the American people, it's incumbent upon us to make sure he never has the opportunity to implement that plan.
Well, let me just say what struck me, among other things, was when he talked about all of our enemies, how much they like him, Putin and Kim Jong-un. She said, yeah, because they know they can manipulate you.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
You talked about health care. He did have a plan to replace Obamacare. CBO scored it, reviewed it. It would increase costs 20% the first year. 20-some million fewer people would have insurance. If you have a pre-existing condition, you start losing your protection, and the insurance you get probably going to be worse than what you have because it didn't have essential benefits. That's the kind of situation you had. And we talked about jobs. We had the record jobs. They had the worst job performance in about 100 years. Their economy was one where you had ended up with long lines to the food bank. And when was the last time you had trouble finding toilet paper? During his great economy. I mean, calling it a great economy doesn't make it a great economy. He had the worst economy in modern history. And so the stark contrast of her accomplishments and her confident, strong, on-point description of what she's going to do, and his meandering, mostly lies, can't understand what he's talking about anyway, I think is a strong contrast in what we're talking about.
You started out saying that to you, this was like Roberto Duran saying no mas. I will end with this. This was a thriller and a chiller with Kamala and the gorilla. And it ended up with a TKO by the next president of the United States of America.
You like a good fight.
Well, you want to file that conference letter?
Oh, you're going to call me on after that.
Okay. I know to Leo Beatty.
I tell you.
Oh, you let it. But I will say this. In spite of what they may say to the contrary, I want all of you listeners to spend a little time Googling Project 2025. Over 100 people who work for him put that project together.
Yeah.
And he's already congratulated the guy who's supervising.
And said he's going to hire him.
And said he's going to hire him
Yeah.
in his administration. On the first night of the convention, I spoke and I called Project 2025 what I know it to be, Jim Crow 2.0.
Come on.
Yeah. Ron, you know, so many people have lost hope as a result of COVID, Donald Trump, all of the issues that we know historically that has started really as a result of Donald Trump's presidency. But tonight, I think people feel hopeful. They feel optimistic. Donald Trump was pessimistic. Yes. He was dark. He went down low. And that contrast was stark. And finally, I'll just say, sometimes people wonder about our democracy, what it all means. She laid it out in terms of our freedoms.
Absolutely.
And that's what's at risk right now. And I think people understand now the importance of this election and know why they have to get organized and make sure that we vote and everyone votes, especially in battleground states and all through the country, because this election is really about preserving our freedoms also. And she laid that out very clearly.
So let me say, I echo everything my colleagues have said, but what we saw tonight was someone who went into a debate knowing that it was kicked off with some 44,000 black women standing with her, white dudes standing with her, the brothers, the Divine Nine. You can pick any group. And what she did tonight was talked about our democracy, fighting for the soul of this nation, protecting our freedoms. So the only thing I have to say to end with this is, American people, go vote. Because now the message was sent to us, and it's up to us. Go vote.
You can make a final comment. Go ahead.
I just want to speak to the brothers who are under 50 years old, because I understand that they don't feel that this politics is for them right now, and that a lot of the issues on both sides of the aisle, they're like, well, what about me? When it comes to the cost of rent, when it comes to the cost of childcare, when it comes to the cost of utilities and groceries, we need to understand who is for us and who is against us. And Kamala Harris has offered a plan, a set of policies, a set of issues that speak directly to all of us, including black men. And we have an opportunity to fight for our families, to fight for our communities, and to make sure that our perspective is heard in this election too. And we're not going to be counted out.
That's right.
Black men, we're going to show up because we understand that this election is about us. And the vice president spoke to us tonight when she mentioned the Central Park Five.
Yep.
That's right.
And it was Donald Trump who tried to destroy those 5 black men. And it's Kamala Harris who's speaking to the soul of black men and black America, and we need to make sure that we turn out and have our voices heard.
And he never apologized
Never.
to them.
Matter of
to
fact,
this day.
in the last election, he doubled down.
He doubled down. Even after they were exonerated.
Roland Martin, thank you.
Thank you, Rose.
Thank you for having us here in your studio. Thank you for persisting in being a voice in this country, no matter what it takes. Thank you for being our talking drum. I'm delighted to be here in this wonderful setting with you in charge.
Hey.
Thank you, Rose.
So let me say this. I don't know if other CBC members are here, but let me say this here. So last week was our 6th anniversary. And y'all could have done your watch party anywhere, so I appreciate y'all coming to the studio. But this needs to be said, and I actually opened the show this way tonight. And so I wish the other members were here, but I think they all left. And I opened it this way. The only reason we are here tonight is because the Black Caucus stayed firm. There are people who are watching. There are people they bitch and they moan, and I hear people, they complain. The caucus don't do this, don't do that. But the reality is, white Democratic power brokers were trying to skip over that woman tonight.
Yes.
They were hell-bent on having an open convention, an open process.
Oh, we know that.
I ain't got a problem saying it.
We know where that came from, too. That's right.
And I ain't got a problem saying it. That was only one. See, there was only one CBC member that defected.
That's right.
But I need everybody watching and listening.
That's
right.
The
Black Caucus held firm.
That's right.
And they tried to break y'all.
They sure did.
And if they had broken the Black Caucus,
that's right.
She would not have been on that stage tonight. So everybody watching owes y'all a debt of gratitude for holding firm, because that's what made it possible.
Glad you recognize that,
We appreciate y'all. We appreciate it. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
That's right.
Yes, sir. Hey, folks, our panel's gonna come in. So let's do this here. Go to a quick commercial break. We're gonna bring in our panel for our conversation. Y'all know we're about to bring the funk. You're watching the Black Star Network live coverage of the ABC presidential debate. Back in a moment.
Told us who he was.
Should abortion be punished?
There has to be some form of punishment.
Then he showed us.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
Now Donald Trump wants to go further with plans to restrict birth control, ban abortion nationwide, even monitor women's pregnancies. We know who Donald Trump is. He'll take control. we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
IVF is a miracle for us because it allowed us to have our family. After having my daughter, I wanted more children, but my embryo transfer was canceled 8 days before the procedure. Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade stopped us from growing the family that we wanted. I don't want politicians telling me how or when I can have a baby. We need a president that will protect our rights, and that's Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland@RolandSMartin.com.
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems.
Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. America's ready for a new chapter. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
In 2016, Donald Trump said he would choose only the best people to work in his White House. Now those people have a warning for America. Trump is not fit to be president again. Here's his vice president.
Anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. It should come as no surprise that I will not be endorsing Donald Trump this year.
His defense secretary.
Do you think Trump can be trusted with the nation's secrets ever again?
No. I mean, it's just irresponsible action that places our service members at risk, places our nation's security at risk.
His national security advisor.
Donald Trump will cause a lot of damage. The only thing he cares about is Donald Trump.
And the nation's highest-ranking military officer.
We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator.
Take it from the people who knew him best. Donald Trump is a danger to our troops and our democracy. We can't let him lead our country again.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Next on the Black Tape with me, Greg Carr. There's a lot of talk about the inevitability of another civil war in this country. But on our next show, we'll talk to a noted author and scholar who says we're actually in the middle of one right now. In fact, Steve Phillips says the first one that started back in 1861 well, it never ended.
People carrying the Confederate flag, wearing sweatshirts saying MAGA Civil War, January 6, 2021, stormed the U.S. Capitol, hunted down the country's elected officials, built a gallows for the Vice President of the United States, and to block the peaceful transfer of power in this country.
On the next Black Tape, here on the Black Star Network.
The overturning of Roe almost killed me. I had a blood clot in my uterus that caused my labor to have to be induced because of the overturn of Roe v. Wade. I wasn't able to get life-saving treatment sooner. I almost died. And that's because of the decision that Donald Trump made.
I was able to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I'm proud to have done it.
The doctors and nurses were afraid that if they treated me in the incorrect way, that they would be prosecuted for that. And that's appalling. Donald Trump says that women should be punished.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion?
There has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah.
I believe that women should have reproductive freedom to make the choices about their own bodies. 4 more years of Donald Trump means that women's rights will continue to be taken away one by one by one by one. This has to stop because women are dying.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
On the next Get Wealthy with me, Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach, are you trying to figure out how to earn more revenue in your business during these volatile times? Learn how to tap into the largest marketplace in the world through government contracting. Our next guest, Akia Hardnett, will be sharing how you can get wealthy through government contracting.
We've got a young lady, government assistance to government contracts. She literally was on government assistance when she came to us, and in less than a year, she has been winning multiple government contracts, and it has changed the trajectory of her family.
That's right here, only on Black Star Network.
What's good, y'all? This is Doug E. Fresh, and you're watching my brother Roland Martin Unfiltered as we go a little something like this. Hit it. It's real.
We are live back on the Black Star Network, post-debate coverage. Rebecca Carruthers, Fair Election Center, Monique Presley, of course, lawyer, all that stuff. Dr. Greg Carr, Howard University. We have Mustafa Santiago Ali. We got Mark Thompson over here. We got Reese Colbert. We got Gumbo Queen, Dr. Nola Haynes here as well. Scott Bolden, you know, he can't stay up past 9:30, so he was only in the pre-show. So glad to have everybody here.
He did take a plate
yes,
with him. You think I can take a plate with him?
He took a plate with him. He real black. He real black. He took a plate. Right.
Yes.
But you know he can't eat past 8 o'clock, so he gonna have lunch tomorrow. So you know.
But I have my chicken wing right here.
Yeah, I see you got your chicken wing right over there.
For the break.
I'm gonna need somebody to bring one of them red velvet cake cupcakes. Let's go ahead and get started. Damn.
Yeah. Damn.
One of y'all could just jump out. All I can say is, if this, remember the movie Friday?
Yeah.
When my man said, you got knocked the fuck out. That's what we saw.
Lunch. That is my line of the night. She said they gonna eat you for lunch, sir.
Yeah, she did.
Y'all go ahead.
Did you at least pinch the bitch?
Huh?
Did you at least pinch the bitch?
Yes, Players Club.
Not a lick was laid on Vice President Kamala Harris. She was bobbing and weaving about the motherfucker. Yeah.
Hold on, let me be real black. Cynthia, I need some water with some ice. Go ahead.
Wow. So here's the thing.
Yes, sir. That's black.
Here's the thing. I tweeted, if you have never seen what it looks like to over-deliver, this is your night. And that might not be even exactly what I said because I was a little excited, but over-delivery was my theme. And I was really just talking to myself because for Reese and I especially, I don't know for how many more, we're way back, like,
oh my goodness.
OG Hive story. What has happened, Roland? Interrupt me,
Hold
please.
on, hold
Tell
on.
the story.
Hold on.
He probably just seen what we saw.
It's obvious something has happened.
He just seen it.
Lord,
I want to.
Lord, the white
We
woman has
already know.
spoken.
We already know.
What white woman?
It's over.
Taylor Swift.
Which one?
Taylor Swift.
Come on, Taylor.
Hold up, she is.
Childless cat lady.
Yeah.
She is 20. She is. Y'all go to my.
Read the signature, Roland.
Hold on.
Read how she signed it, Roland.
Hold on. Let me go to her thing. Hold on. Let's
Weak
see
and
here.
wrong.
Now, they brought you a cupcake,
She waited
too, man.
till there was no doubt. There's a red velvet cupcake. I got my chicken leg. What is
Wow. Black
I want some water, too.
Where did she said? Was it on Instagram? She signed it.
Instagram.
Wow.
It's
Okay, 'cause I'm on Twitter. All right, let me. Y'all go ahead and talk. Let me pull it up.
So let me say, what I meant when I said over delivery was I had posted today saying, y'all are drunk. This is what she does. I expect her to be proficient. I expect her to be efficient. She's a trial lawyer. She's an attorney general. She's a senator. She's a vice president. She's a black woman. You're going to see all those things. So I expected them. What I got was, no, we're on the playground, and he said he want to fight.
Right.
And I'm here ready to fight, and he playing.
Right.
So I'm going to fight anyway. That's what I got now. I got, oh, you don't want this round, but I still want this round. Like, nobody likes you. I turned to Reese during the debate, and I said, she said nobody likes him. Like, no, you don't do that unless you really, like, you trying to fight where you live.
When she said
And we
When
were
she
an hour and
paused,
20 minutes.
when she paused, she want to say this motherfucker. You know.
She said this.
And held it.
She let us fill in our blank.
And
then she said
former president.
president.
So let me
everybody. Okay.
Let me read this here.
Go ahead.
So
What
y'all
it
go to
say?
my iPad, Henry. This dropped 23 minutes ago. Taylor Swift holding a cat.
Oh my God.
Like many of you, I watched the debate tonight. If you haven't already, now's a great time to do your research on the issues at hand and the stances these candidates take on the topics that matter to you the most. As a voter, I make sure to watch and read everything I can about their proposed policies and plans for this country. Recently, I was made aware that AI of me falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run was posted to his site. It really conjured up my fears around AI and the dangers of spreading misinformation. It brought me to the conclusion that I need to be very transparent about my actual plans for this election as a voter. The simplest way to combat misinformation is with the truth. I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 presidential election. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. And I think she's a steady-handed, gifted leader, and I believe we can accomplish so much more in this country if we are led by calm and not chaos. I was so heartened and impressed by her selection of running mate Tim Walz, who has been standing up for LGBTQ plus rights, IVF, and a woman's right to her own body for decades. I've done my research, and I've made my choice. Your research is all yours to do, and the choice is yours to make. I also want to say, especially to first-time voters, remember that in order to vote, you have to be registered. I also find it's much easier to vote early. I'll link where to register and find early voting sites and info in my story. With love and hope, Taylor Swift, childless cat lady.
Come on.
Damn. Now, that's a whole lot of pettiness and shade, Rebecca, in one post.
Pettiness, shade, and messaging.
So I know a lot of people are excited about what we just seen tonight. So there are some people who are looking for a policy
Hold
debate.
up, before you go there. 1.7 million hearts, 180,000 comments. Go ahead. That's huge.
So there are some people who tonight they wanted to see a straight the policy debate.
Yeah.
With the two candidates that you had on stage, especially if you are a candidate that's going up against a candidate like Donald Trump, it's hard to have a straight policy conversation because he is incapable of having a policy conversation. I was going back to the 2016 debates between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. She tried to stay on policy, but it didn't work as well. When we go to 2012 and we look at Biden and we look at...
Biden and Ryan.
No,
You
Romney.
said 2012.
Romney, 2012.
Obama and Romney.
Sorry, when we look at Obama and Romney, we saw that that was a strong policy debate. When we go back even to the 80s was the time when we saw Ronald Reagan perform similar to Trump, where they are both, they're not going to be strong on policy. So I was getting a lot of texts from people saying, hey, where's the policy? Where's the substance? They weren't answering the question. Unfortunately, tonight, this wasn't that type of debate. Tonight was a character debate. It was about who are you comfortable with leading this country over the next 4 years. And so I just want to take a step back to reframe what tonight actually was, especially for viewers out there who wanted to hear a lot of policy. That wasn't what tonight was about. It was about who should move the country forward over the next 4 years, who has the character to move the country over the next 4 years. And so tonight you saw a clash of two different characters.
But Mark, what was, again, brilliant is she did exactly what, for the last 3 or 4 weeks, I've been saying you have to do. You got to hit his ass on lies, but then pivot back to your stuff. You can't get so bogged down in playing his game. When she brought up the crowd size, his dumb ass, he fell for it.
She served it like a baby wants a bottle, and he took it.
And hold up, let me go back. Yeah. She brought up my crowd size. Yeah. That ad, y'all, pull the ad. This was the ad the Harris campaign dropped today that they ran in Palm Beach on Fox News, knowing full well he, sitting in Mar-a-Lago, was going to see this ad. Roll it.
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems.
Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. America's ready for a new chapter. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
All right. Brilliant.
And she definitely got under his skin. But while I agree this was not much policy, it was just enough, especially at the beginning. Because you saw in some of the man-on-the-street interviews that these trifling networks are doing, because they got to make the woman do more than she's supposed to be doing. Some of the people saying we don't have no pot. So she came out in her first response, talked about what I'm going to do for middle-class families. That's it. That ended it. Then she could focus on pushing his buttons, which she did, because when you push his buttons, remember we were here before. That's right. Biden pushed one button. If Biden had just done that, remember when he said the presidential scholars say you're the worst president in history? He lost it. You got to push those buttons. She did that. She exposed him for what he was. He was rambling. Even got him talking about eating pets. I mean, and I think even people who want to be with him, when they heard that, they were like, dude, come on, man. That's just...
But here's the deal, though. I will slightly disagree. There was a lot more policy.
There was a lot.
Reese, what she was doing was, again, it was classic boxing. Stick and move.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You stick and move. Absolutely. You don't sit here and stay on the ropes. Yeah. She tagged his ass, back to her stuff. And she kept uplifting. She refused to get bogged down in trying to respond to all his silliness.
Yeah. Well, Kamala Harris came to debate Donald Trump. Donald Trump came to debate miscellaneous motherfucker. It could have been
everybody, anybody.
Literally,
she had to actually say, "You ain't running against Joe. You running against me."
Or Obama.
She said, "I'm not Joe Biden, and I'm definitely not Donald goddamn Trump."
That's right.
And so that is where it was light work for her. I overestimated him because I felt like, well, he might come with specifics. And remember, Dr. Carr was saying this: if he attacks her on the specifics of her record, then we have to make sure that she's prepared for that. He was making up shit the whole time. Yeah. And the thing that makes attacks more powerful is if you are leaning into things that people have heard. He was all over the place. Cats and shit. What was he even talking about? Some of the stuff he was talking about was like, if I'm hearing it, if you're breaking news on the debate, you're losing. Because the way that you lie is to lie about things that people have heard 100 times, not introduce a new lie. And so he was incompetent, he was unhinged, he was confusing, he was illogical, he was out of control, he was small, he was diminished. And Vice President Kamala Harris was a boss bitch on that stage. She did not back down. She walked over. She said, let's have a good debate. She looked him in his eye. She had her hands up. She was in command from A to Z.
They trying to pull up the beginning of the debate too, because I want to show people.
Over.
She walked over. They try to pull that up.
Said, well, right here.
Right, keep going.
And I just want to point out, in policy, she talked about the receipts. She talked about Trump's incompetence. She talked about how he wasn't liked, how his people don't respect him, and how
right here. So you see right here, she walked over to his podium and was like, "Yeah, okay, I'm about to light that ass up."
Yeah.
That was.
So she attacked
and start smiling.
That was the beginning and the end.
She dismantled every single strong man, effective talking point that he has tried to run on, and he didn't even land a punch that is specific to her. If you just want to say the regular shit about any miscellaneous Democrat, sure, he said that. It didn't land well, but he did not get anything on Kamala Devi Harris. That was the candidate on stage.
That was the one.
And that's who he needed to try to stick, and he did not do that.
Nothing.
A+.
Nothing.
Kamala Harris.
So Eric Erickson, who is big time conservative, he's not really a fan of Trump, but listen, he's a hardcore conservative. He was whining and complaining during the debate about the moderators not fact checking her. This is the tweet, Henry, go to it, that he posted. Trump lost the debate, and whining about the moderators doesn't change it. He didn't lose because of their behavior. He lost because of his own performance while his lips were moving, not theirs.
Praise God.
Frank, I'm gonna pull up in a second. Frank Luntz said, Republicans are blowing my phone up about the moderators. He said, that means they're losing.
That means.
So they're gonna have Nikki Haley now be the new nominee?
I mean, they are. I mean, right now, Mustafa, they are. I mean, Megyn Kelly was. If I show y'all some of her tweets, Mustafa, I'm talking about these folk have been outside their minds angry because they were complaining about everything. When, as I say, when you're complaining about the refs, you're losing.
They know they're on a sinking ship. They've known that for a little while, and tonight, actually just verified that for them.
No.
They know that they don't have policies that the majority of the country resonates with, that is going to help to improve their lives. And they were hoping that in this particular moment, that Trump would do something different. The difference would have been to stick on policy and to be able to move forward in a way that the country saw themselves reflected in that. And he was not able to do that. He's not able to do that because he doesn't know policy. He doesn't know how to read.
Right, and he ain't got no policy.
Exactly.
He doesn't have solutions. He has policies, but he doesn't have solutions.
Yeah, but here's the deal. He couldn't even offer the policies.
No, he didn't do that.
Throughout this debate, Greg, the other debate,
he has a concept.
What you heard was he kept every time. The border, they're letting millions in, and crime in those countries is going down. And I mean, that was his thing. And this is why I'm telling you, last night by midnight, when Ron Brownstein sent me that, I said, no, Ron, she should not deal with immigration and crime because that's playing right into his hands. And so what she did was, and it was perfect. It was perfect when the immigration, and she said, and this man called Republicans and said, don't sign it. And then he kept whining, well, why don't she go back and sign something? I'll go with her. Why don't they go back and sign something? They can't sign nothing because you told Republicans don't pass the bill. She boxed him in, and all he had was these crazy deranged people. And then what did he do? He went right back to white fear. They're coming into our town, Springfield and Aurora. And he was calling all these white towns. He was trying to push the buttons, and it was like, bruh, you suck at this.
Or he was rallying his troops. I mean, it was a 12-round fight, 12 rounds of questions, with a closing statement being the 13th.
Shout out to Lindsay Davis, by the way.
Shout.
Who in round 3,
My sorority
discussion of
sister.
immigration.
Come
actually,
on,
no,
Lindsay.
it was actually round 2 on Roe and reproductive rights. She said, no, it's nobody that does that.
Yeah, that's
but it seemed, you know, I'm sitting here, immigration was very interesting. She turned it to the crowd size. That's when he lost his mind. That's when the dog eating came up around 3 on immigration. When she did that on the rallies and the people leaving board.
Everybody at home, y'all can see Greg took notes.
No,
he got index
I'm
cards.
not trying to front. I can't keep out in my head. You know what I'm saying? But then in round 4,
see
well,
the extent of
law
the
school,
notes.
that's how they teach us how to outline,
Like
right? No,
these
I'm
are
saying.
little,
But
even on these little note cards, the writing is real small.
That's OCD.
It's a manuscript.
Anyway, no, but round 4 in fracking, the line, it's a close second to the dog eating. But I love this. Transgender operations on illegal aliens.
That was.
I'm like, that's some National Enquirer shit. You know,
Well, so here's what happened. So the K file on CNN, they pulled that up. They claimed in 2019 she called for that. And so Erin Burnett was on CNN last night, and she was like, "Oh my God, are you serious?" And so Megyn Kelly and all the others, so they've been running with that.
Oh.
And so what he did, he heard it, and he just immediately ran with it.
He is.
And so that's where that came from.
I see. Well,
so they claim that's what she was supporting in 2019.
Well, just a couple more. I mean, of course, having the dictators endorse you, but in round 6, election denial, she hit him with the fire by 81 million people, which took him out. The Israel-Hamas, she gave the answer she had to give. Thought it was interesting, but at the same time, when she then said that he said Putin endorsed her, he's like, no, Putin endorsed him. And that's when he said the love letters from Kim. But of course, Afghanistan, round 10, that pause, but it came after she had said, all your commanders hate you. They are disgusted by you.
And reminded people, tomorrow is September 11th.
Yes.
And reminded people, you wanted to bring them to Camp David.
And you brought them to Camp. That was what triggered this.
And then here's what happened.
Yeah, that's
then his response was, well, the guy who's still in charge, you know, he like in that moment, he was like, oh shit, at that point, he was like, shit, where do I go?
But this is the thing, and 2 Nixon moments came to my mind. One was the bring us together. She did that at the beginning. She was clearly, I'm the representative of the American people. And you're the representative of the white nationalists.
And said, I've been a DA, Attorney General, U.S. Senator, and Vice President, and the only people I've ever worked for
didn't have no D or no R, no question. And I'm a gun owner, me and Tim Walsh.
Hold up, everybody was, wait a minute, everybody in the room went.
I got distracted.
I mean, the whole room went. She owned a gun?
No, the whole church went left.
That's right.
That was where we all went.
No, but got me when she said the whole room went. She got a gun?
She got a gun? Right.
She has talked about that before,
but the other Nixon,
it was perfect time.
It was a perfect time to bring it up.
Right. No question. But the other Nixon
That was what,
kind of
baby?
evocation, Nixon versus Kennedy.
It was.
And they messed up Nixon's makeup. Donald Trump broke out in the sweat around round 7, and it was getting worse and worse and worse. And so the contrast was clear. The only question I have, and we were sitting here, Monique and I talking about, who was the audience?
Yeah.
Trump performed off the charts for his crazy audience. He
Right,
did that.
right.
Voter turnout's going to be important. Voter suppression, we have to worry about that. But as we were sitting here, who is the audience? For those people, if there are some undecideds, she came out very strong tonight.
Nola, here's what I thought. Here's what I thought was also, and Reese and I actually commented on that. So they had the rules. They had the rules where, okay, we're gonna turn the mics off, which clearly they didn't follow, because they kept turning the mics back on.
Why didn't they turn the mic
No,
off?
they had that discretion. They said that.
But my problem is,
They did.
okay,
ABC had that.
don't turn the damn mic on. His ass keep talking. I'm sorry. But hold on. But here's what I thought in the first 30 minutes, and this was proper debate training, because the mics were off. She gave killer non-verbal communication.
That's right.
First, he never looked at her in the debate.
Never.
And she tried and tried.
Two, she kept
worked
turning to
on it.
him. She kept pointing to him. And then when I forgot what it was when she went.
Yeah, the look of concern.
He said,
this man
When
is not
she
well.
was
her
about
father was a
Israel.
Marxist.
Yeah.
Right.
And her daddy.
Right.
It was all of that.
It
She's
was
a
when he
Marxist.
says a Marxist. But the reason
And she said,
the reason why I thought that was important,
That's a good point.
because
That's a good
the
point.
greatest mistake I felt with Biden June 27th is he didn't do what Biden used to do. Biden, when you would start lying, he would just break out in this smile. He would shake his head. He did none of that. She used she knew there was a split screen, and she was very effective using non-verbal skills to communicate while he was talking.
Absolutely, 1,000%. So I saw this through, not just through my national security foreign policy lens, I saw this through the lens of somebody who grew up on movie sets.
Yes.
I saw this through the lens of a woman who comes from California debating a performer, right? Because that's what he is, right? He's an entertainment guy in that, you know, a circus like entertainment guy, right? Not a serious entertainment guy. So the approach I felt was to be animated, right? You understand how to use your body. You understand the audience. All of the assignments were absolutely understood in this performance. It was a balance of performing, and let's just keep that a buck, and there's nothing wrong with it.
That's the look right here.
Trump does.
Here, go to my iPad. That's the look right there. She like, really?
Yep. Exactly.
Really?
Exactly. She understood the assignment, and Trump, to my mind, is a person who shows up. I'm gonna use a play as an example, right? So you show up to a play, and your ego is driving you, and you're saying you're off book when you're really not off book. But the person who comes prepared, who is off book, who did the work, who put that time in, she came off book, she came prepared, honey, and she hit all those marks.
Off book.
And he showed up.
Taking notes.
And he thought that he knew all the things, that he didn't have to do the preparation, honey, and she showed up and she performed. It was a beautiful balance of policy. I loved how she handled Afghanistan. I genuinely loved how she handled Afghanistan. I was texting with someone in my community whose opinion that means a great deal to me, and he was lit. He was excited. He was like all the points that she hit, you know, because
including the history.
All of it, you know, like she did such a great job. Was there some kind of like reservations about Israel and Palestine? What I will say about this is, she is still the Vice President of the United States.
That's right.
She's not the President of the United States. And I am not saying that as a scapegoat sort of answer. That's a very real statement. So a lot of these policies, she still is the Vice President of the United States. She's not yet the President, right? So a lot of this we don't know yet. But I think she did a great job in saying, you know, two-state solution, permanent ceasefire, release the hostages. But again,
self-determination.
I mean, every time the moderators try to get her to say how do you differ with Biden, she can't because she's the vice president.
Absolutely.
Well, at the end, though, she said, I am not Joe Biden.
Right.
I'm not Donald Trump. That was
exactly.
right.
But she wouldn't take the bait in terms of trying to do the contract because in reality, he's still president.
Yeah.
Rebecca Geraldo Rivera, if you love Trump, you should be rattled tonight.
Yep.
VP Harris, go to my iPad. VP Harris came ready to stand toe-to-toe. He has attitude and scorn, but she seems more thoughtful and presidential. And she's not afraid of
not 100, not one bit.
Rebecca?
So for the voter that is tuning in post-Labor Day and starting to get, okay, you know, maybe it's time to vote. I think there's an election that's going on. If you were watching that tonight as that voter, then completely Kamala Harris won tonight. She looked presidential. She is presidential. Forensically, she did a good job. And so when we're thinking about those voters, like the question earlier was, who was the audience?
Who is it?
If the audience is those voters, then she did what she needed to do to start persuading those voters of, hey, you got two choices. It's me, it's him. Who are you going to choose?
Good point.
I'm quite sure over at Fox News, One American News, Newsmax, they are losing their minds.
Yeah.
Folks, this right here was Britt Hume tonight on Fox News. Turn my audio up in the studio.
Look, make no mistake about it. Trump had a bad night. He rose to the bait repeatedly when she baited him, something I'm sure his advisors had begged him not to do. You know, in the first debate when Biden attacked him, he just kept his cool and kept going. And this,
No,
in
he
this
did not
debate,
do
he
that.
was debating, and we heard so many of the old grievances that we'd long thought that Trump had learned were not winners politically. And there they all were, talking about how he didn't lose the election and all that. I mean, so my sense is that she came out of this in pretty good shape. Now, how long this will last and is anybody's guess. But for tonight, at least, this was pretty much her night.
You're saying she had a good night.
I'm saying she certainly did.
Sean Hannity.
And
and the thing, go ahead.
No, what I was going to say, I look at this as a debater.
Yeah.
And a lot of debate is psychology. And so what I saw when I watched her was surgery. Because there were things from the opening salvo, from the ball up, poop, there were decisions.
Yep, absolutely.
And there were words. And she was not looking at notes, but she knew weak.
Weak and wrong.
Disgrace.
Yep.
Wrong. Crowd size. Backward. She was rolling through a litany, and so her theme about not going back, she didn't even come to that till the end. What she kept doing through the better part of the debate was and confused, because her job, as she understood it, was, if we're prize fighting, I'm not trying to take him out. I'm not going for his head. I'm doing body blows.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Body blows. I know what he hates. I know what he can't resist. And I was standing next to Reese when she served up. Like, she gave it the kind of offering like, baby, do you want a spot of butter? Do you want a piece of bread? And when she offered that, and he could not resist it.
Yeah.
Like, there was nothing in him that could allow her to say that his crowds were smaller.
That's right.
There was nothing.
And then she went, and they start leaving early.
Because it's boring.
Because you're boring.
Was catnip.
Damn, she was like, let me just turn that.
But there were so many times, and what I guess
they're exhausted.
The only thing I'm offering out of that is, I would hope people recognize that all of that was her. Like, when she says, when we fight, we win, she came in and she knew, I don't know what these people are looking for, but I'm in the playground.
Yeah.
And I'm going to punch him in his face.
Yeah.
And I'm going to dare him to come back for more. And if he comes back, I got 3 more after this. And that was all she did. All she did was boom, boom, boom. All she was doing was fighting.
Yeah.
And then every time she turned to, because she did that and she looked at him. I don't know if people noticed, when she was fighting, she looked at him. When she was offering information, she looked at us. Yeah. She looked dead on, as Congresswoman Beatty said, she, like when she was looking at the people.
Her debate training was on point.
Her debate was training.
Hold on.
No, but Mister,
Before
her
you-
debate training
I want you to
was from
finish
high
something.
school. Her debate training was from high school. Her debate training was college. Her debate training was learning how to be a trial lawyer. I taught people how to do this. I don't believe anybody who trained her for this debate against that uncircumcised Philistine. She was David. She was David tonight. No, I'm gonna go with the Bible. I'm gonna go with the Bible. I don't believe that David learned how to debate trying to figure out how to beat Trump. Kamala learned how to debate when it was bears, when it was lions, when it was cubs. She learned back at Howard how you take somebody down when they coming for you. She came in and she walked across the stage and shook his hand. That's when she was saying, "This my house."
That's right. That's right.
You invited.
Mark, go ahead.
You a guest. I'm sorry, mister. I'm sorry,
When you
mister.
talk about
Go ahead.
when she
I'm
opened
excited. Girl,
Talk about
you
when
brought
she
the
opened the
Bible
doors
out.
of the church.
Apologize.
Talk about when she opened the doors of the church.
Right. That was a moment when she started. When
If
she
there
got.
are any of you
Is there one?
who are tired,
ma'am, please, sir.
come to me, ye who are heavily
will,
laden.
won't you come? Oh, my God.
If you don't want this,
Hold on. She's
Come here.
not Jesus.
No. Wait.
Not Jesus.
No. Here's an important point.
She said, come in.
No, here's an important point. What she did there was, again, it is a tool that black people know.
That black
That's right.
people
What she
understand.
did
The doors of the church are now open.
That's exactly what she
That's
did.
what it was.
The doors
In fact, no. Follow me. Now follow me here. When I was standing right there, nearly every black person went church.
Got it.
I'm telling you, we know. And when she did that, that's called elevating.
Oh, yeah.
Matter of fact, go to my iPad.
She went.
This is what church girl Latasha Brown said. This wasn't a debate. This was a declaration of leadership.
That's
But
right.
Roland,
Reese, hold on, Reese.
Okay.
No, well, to Monique's point, I mean, she paced herself.
Yeah.
She did. She did.
It wasn't like, let me get all this
That's
shit out. She said, look, I'm gonna take your ass down, and then when you're not expecting it, punch your ass with something else. And she ticked every single thing off of his triggered checklist. And it was surgical, to your point, and it was easy. It was effortless.
It was light work.
Because he doesn't have the capacity to do anything more than what we saw him do. And we've been seeing him not be able to answer how you gonna bring down the cost of child care. The moderators, who I thought did a good job, especially Lindsay Davis.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank
you, David.
They tried to almost even help him out a little bit. Not to be biased, but to say, well, recently you admitted to something you should have fucking admitted to 4 years ago when you lost. And they said, I was being sarcastic. So even when he had the opportunity, even when they set it up for him to answer the question successfully, he failed. And even when they set up a question to trip up Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, she excelled at it. And so this really was a declaration of leadership. And I think to the point that I made pre-debate is we're gonna see, is she going to galvanize her base, or is she going to just run straight down the middle? And I think she did both. I think that she was inviting without seeming like without coming across as a person who doesn't have convictions, like a person who's going to back down from the tough conversations. She didn't say I'm a black woman, but I think, and that was my only thing, if I had to knock down out of 100 points, I give her 99 out of 100. I'm not complaining. But I still I like that she addressed the fact. She got everything else in the script that I had, which is talk about how he talked about Mexicans are rapists, talk about how he pulled out a full-page ad on the Central Park 5, and talk about his history of racism without calling him a racist. And so there are times when she talked about reproductive rights, when she talked about certain issues, where she leaned in on the base, and she did it in a way that is not alienating to others. And so she hit all the points.
And don't forget when she said, when the ballot initiatives passed, Ohio, red state. Kansas, red state. Because remember, earlier he tried to claim at the ballot initiatives passed, liberal voters turned out. She was like, let me about the red state. You just said something in terms of how she made it look easy. This is Stuart Stevens. He's with the Lincoln Project. Of course, they work with many Republican candidates. And he said simple, wow, the VP did what great athletes can do, make the incredibly difficult look easy.
She made it look easy.
You know, she did a couple of things. You know, you had Donald Trump walk into that room feeling that he had the ability to bully and to be this larger-than-life individual, and you watched him shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink. So, yes, surgically, she deconstructed who he was, his personality.
It was to one point, I'm talking.
Right.
He said, does that sound familiar? Yeah, it did, bitch.
And it was dead in the room.
In my head every day.
That's only one part.
In fact, keep talking. This also is a Lincoln Project tweet right here. Go right ahead. Now keep talking.
Well,
it's a photo.
That part is important. The other part that is equally as important, and we've got to stay focused on this, is that she also brought hope back into the conversation. Yes. And she reached out and let people know that you have a place here. This is a home. This is a family. And I'm inviting you into this space. And she also made sure that she brought forward policies that are incredibly important, not just in the battleground states, but in many locations across our country. When she brought forward her new policy on $25,000 for someone to be able to purchase a home, if you live in Washington, D.C., that might not seem like a lot. But if you live in Western Pennsylvania, that's a significant down payment.
She said that up front. She said that up front.
$50,000 for new businesses, $6,000.
And here's also while y'all talking, go to my iPad. There's Stephanie Rue posted this. This is what's also important. Kamala Harris spoke for 37.1 minutes. Amount of times she spoke, 23. Donald Trump spoke for 41.9 minutes. Amount of times he spoke, 39. Yeah. What that says is, you ain't got to always be the one who talks.
No,
I'm gonna go back to boxing. You don't score points by how many blows, how many swings you take. It's how many connect. She was
punches landed.
She was efficient in landing, as you said, body blows, and that's. And a lot of boxers go for the head. No, she said, no, I'm gonna work your body and I'm gonna knock the air out of your ass. And by the time he got, listen, we were 45 minutes in, his ass was toast.
It was over.
And I have an 18-year-old.
Monique Nolan Mark.
Okay, I have an 18-year-old who's at college.
Right.
And she sent me a message tonight saying, because they had auditions, she's at Baldwin Wallace and Conservatory, and she sent me a picture, and she said, we're all here. We finished our auditions, we're watching together.
Wow.
And then she sent me another picture from a friend of hers, Jackson, her best friend, who's in Pennsylvania, and she sent me the auditorium where they were all watching. And so these are 18-year-olds who can now vote, who were so
in Pennsylvania,
who were so frustrated with us and our votes. And she was writing and she was like, oh my God, the way he's struggling. Why is this even happening this way? Ooh, wow, she killed him. I was getting their responses. But what I learned out of watching them and the way that they were corresponding and the way we were corresponding was this. Everybody, no matter where you enter the political spectrum, understood tonight this was her house.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
And she was letting you say as much as she was letting you say, but she was gonna say her piece and her part. And for what we talked about in the beginning, I think that matters, right? Because it wasn't about the questions, Rebecca. She said whatever she wanted to say. And sometimes she announced it. She was like, well, he did say this, but I'm going to go ahead and say this. The reason why I think that matters the most is because for people who were watching, they were looking for leadership. And they were looking for boss assness, right? and I don't think there's any question about the fact that she gave that.
To your earlier point, you know, when I heard her mention the word weak, and she talked about being an immigrant and, you know, her parents being immigrants. Yes. What landed to me was Emma Lazarus' poem written on the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. So she hit so many important points. Yes, she also hit the biblical points that spoke to, you know, Black Americans. She also hit the points that is written on the Statue of Liberty when, you know, we talk about immigration as if Americans have just now become xenophobic. That is not the case. You know, when we think about the Italians and the Irish that came here, and you know what I'm saying? Like, this is a long, ugly history in our country, and then you add melanin, you add more melanin than some of the Southern Italians, and it's gonna be even uglier. But I think she hit all those notes, and I think it's important to bring history up. You know, I know that, you know, the young brother who was talking earlier about the under 35s, that they don't necessarily respond to the kind of historical narratives in which, you know, maybe people in our age group do, and our parents do, and our grandparents do. But that moment for me really kind of signified what the Statue of Liberty stands for. That, you know, I'm a descendant of slaves, but this country is mostly built on, immigrants. And I think she hit that too without, like Reese said, so much of what she did was implicit. Yeah. It wasn't necessarily explicit.
And that's okay.
And that was one of those moments for me.
That's
and you know, my folks didn't land at at the Statue of Liberty and have that narrative, but I think she also spoke to those parents, to those people too, and she opened the tent. Right, she broadened the tent of the coalition. She's not a populist like Trump. He doesn't have to appeal to anybody else because he has his base and that's it. Exactly. That's what a populist does. A populist talks to their 30-40%, that's it. She opened the tent, she broadened the tent, and I think by mentioning that quote, there was so much wrapped up in that moment, weak and wrong. That one small word, weak, it just harkened so many feelings and emotions. And that was the one thing that came up to my mind. Was the Statue of Liberty.
One of the greatest debate moments ever. Henry, go to my iPad. Trust me, in only 5 seconds.
And this former president, and this former president, and this former president.
Whoa, Martin!
That's not planned. She struggled. Like she almost didn't make it. That's improv.
You don't think that was acting?
That was improv. That was improv.
That was not acting.
No. It was acting in that. It was acting in that it may not have been scripted.
Oh my Lord!
It was not.
Hold on.
She understood how to use.
Oh my Lord! Oh my Lord! White folk about to lose their mind.
What happened?
Lord have mercy. Caitlin Clark liked Taylor Swift's endorsement of Kamala Harris. Oh Lord, the white folk. Oh Lord, MAGA about to lose their damn mind.
It's over. It's over.
MAGA about to lose their mind. Mark, go ahead.
We need the white women.
But that, and that's exactly, you read my mind. That's exactly what I was going to say. And to everything you said, the implicitness, we ought to acknowledge the manner in which she presented herself tonight. It was very genuine and authentic. Nothing was forced. Those natural reactions, people could relate to as the kind of reactions, I would probably react that way. The way she held her arms, everything she said, the way she said it was real for people. And it was like, this is how you reacted. Even the way she looked at him when he was saying crazy stuff.
But Mark, that's again, we're gonna go back to, again, using sports analogies. When you were in rhythm, when you were in rhythm, Michael Jordan, the players never understood. Michael Jordan would put on his headphones before the game, and Michael would literally visualize the entire 48 minutes. He would visualize where he was going to take the ball, which corner he was going. He would literally visualize the entire 48 minutes.
She did.
If you go back and look at that, from beginning to end, she was completely in rhythm. Right. Run Walker had a tweet where he said that he felt she stumbled on the race question. I'm like, no, she didn't.
No, not at all.
I said, no, she didn't. What she did was, first of all, what she did was she took a breath.
Yep.
See, this is what people don't understand. She took a breath and that breath was, I can respond this way. Let me go here. But the brilliance of how she responded was, because see, here's the whole, remember, she got asked that question by Dana Bash.
She did.
And she went, next question.
Yeah.
But this time what she did was, she answered it, and why do we have to question people? But then but you did this.
But this
yes, right.
Man.
And you did this, and you did this.
She said we shouldn't have to answer it, but he's a racist.
That's how you operate when you're in rhythm. You're not thrown off. And at no point in 90 minutes did he throw her off. So to your point, that's what was so strong, how she just flowed for the entire, 95, almost 100 minutes.
And in that
Mark,
response,
then Rebecca.
she mentioned the Central Park Five. And Nola, I think...
Which was huge.
Huge. To that 35 demographic.
Convict them again.
See, to that 35 demographic and these black men, you're acknowledging, you already had them at the convention. Wait a minute. She's got brothers who were locked up like me at the convention. She's talking about brothers who were locked up at the debate. One last point on foreign policy. We talked about Palestine and Israel. And, I'm in the movement. A lot of folks are impatient with the Biden administration. You're right, she's still the vice president. But folks, here's a lesson in why she has to speak the way she speaks. African-American electeds and leaders are disproportionately punished for speaking out against Israel. That's our history. As soon as she said, I will let Israel defend itself, his immediate response was, she hates Israel. Because the narrative that has been set up is that we're all anti-Semitic.
Right.
And they want to paint her with that and tank her with that. Of course. So, but notice, as soon as she said, I will let Israel defend itself, he responded with, oh, she hates Israel.
And then
And the Arab world, too. Yeah.
I mean, the United States to
Rebecca, what's interesting is he kept going on and on about abortion after the 9th month. This is this is a mean, but this is a mean folks posted. Abortion after birth is called school shooting.
Thank you.
I wish somebody
Amen.
Yeah.
There it is.
Well, you know, Mark, to your point, it's not just black elected officials speaking out against the Israeli government. If you are black in this country and you are criticizing the government of Israel, you are labeled anti-Semitic, even though there are a lot of black folks who are of Jewish descent, ethnically, right? So, but that aside, a lot of people are excited. A lot of people are feeling emotion by tonight's debate performance. But we know debate performances don't equal winning the election.
Right.
And so I'm going back to what does it take for Vice President Kamala Harris to win the election?
That's right.
Is tonight enough? You know, if her goal tonight is to do no harm to her campaign, absolutely she excelled. If it's, you know, show that she has competent leadership capability, she excelled there. But now when we're thinking about the people who are voting, and the reason why I'm stressing this is we're in 2024. This is not 2020. This is not a level playing field. The rules are different. There are millions of people who are eligible to vote in 2020 who are not eligible to vote in 2024. When we go through surgical precision and we start to look at the battleground states where those votes are going to matter a little bit more than, unfortunately, votes in other places, that's my concern. Are those people watching, does this debate performance tonight move them? What does that look like in Michigan? What does that look like in Wisconsin? What does that look like in
it moves them.
You know, doesn't move.
My county
here's
it moved Biden all the way off the ticket.
But let's look at actual real-time data. Go to my iPad. CNN's instant poll. CNN's instant poll. Always, baby, go to the iPad. That's how we do this. We put that shit on the T-shirt. Shelly, go to my iPad. CNN's instant poll.
I just run me my percent.
63% believe she won the debate. Trump 37.
It's always
the black
No.
woman.
Here's what this does. First of all, tonight drives the next 48 to 72 hours of coverage.
Yep.
Two, I can guarantee you, in the next 24 hours, be the third largest fundraising haul behind the first announcement, behind the convention. You got that. Three, what's going to happen? And I can guarantee you in 72 hours, we're going to hear a massive number of volunteers sign up.
Yeah, come on.
You already have, again, you already have the Taylor Swift endorsement. That means all those Swifties are about right. They were already together. What I'm saying is they're about to get in formation. The fact that a Caitlin Clark likes a Taylor Swift post, that is going to lead to conversations in the sports arena. So what's going to happen is coming out of this debate, unless something happens internationally or nationally, you're going to see literally folks on Fox News losing their mind tomorrow. Conservative radio is going to be yelling, hollering, and screaming about the debate moderators. And remember, the VP debate is in a week, September 17th. And so now all of a sudden,
which is National Voter Registration Day.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if you look at the trajectory.
Ben Shapiro says ABC's moderators are a disgrace to their profession.
They've all been, trust me, Megyn Kelly, Ari Fleischer. Matter of fact, y'all know I'm petty. Y'all know I'm real petty. Ari Fleischer, go to my iPad, Henry. ABC is making a huge mistake trying to fact check this live. They're only proving how biased they are. Dude, come on. See, again, no, when you don't like fact checking live, that's when you know in trouble. So what I'm laying out here, if you look at the trajectory of this campaign, how the campaign has been flawless. There have been some internal issues, how they've been trying to move people around.
Right.
But literally outward, it's been flawless. She kills it with this debate.
Kills it.
Here's the deal. I guarantee you, the question's tomorrow. Will there be a second debate? He is not going to have a second debate.
No, he's not going to do it.
You don't think so? Hell no. He is not. His ego.
You think he will?
His ego is so just awful. Second of all,
He's gonna blame ABC.
his people are gonna be like, yeah, we ain't putting your ass up there again. And they're gonna want to, but if I'm the Harris people, and here's the other thing, he's gonna yell for it to be on Fox News. And the Harris people should say, hell no. They, after $787 million. So I'm just saying from a momentum standpoint and a structural standpoint. And I'm gonna say one other thing, and this is brilliant. And I'm gonna say this because she didn't do it in 2019, but she did it tonight. 2019, when they had the debate at Texas Southern University, I said to her and her sister, go out there and before you make your opening comments, pay homage to Mickey Leland and Barbara Jordan.
Yeah.
And she didn't. And I was sitting there like, if you do that, the whole damn room is gonna be on your side. Go back to when she talked about Ukraine and when she said, the Polish community here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
That was a perfect.
And she named the number.
That's my point. That's my point.
Here,
that was a perfect example
where we are.
of how you took an international issue
and brought it
and
home.
you brought that thing. And she said, here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen tomorrow? In all the Polish chat rooms, in all the Polish text messages.
She saw us. She recognized us.
Again, it's one of those things. It's one of those things that people probably overlooked.
Yep.
But Mustafa, I'm telling you, it's one of those things that in a margin election, because they also know he's made it clear, if he takes Ukraine, he coming after Poland. That was brilliant.
Just like Hitler.
By her.
That's right.
Hitler's playbook.
It was brilliant because, like, when we first started this, I mentioned that people want to be seen.
Yeah.
She made sure that folks knew that they are honored, valued, and seen. And that's incredibly important. I know people in Western Pennsylvania and in Michigan and Arizona and North Carolina. And I talk to the folks all the time. And they want to know that somebody has strong leadership. The second thing is they want to know that you understand the dynamics that are going on in their lives and you have a plan to address that. And she answered many of those questions tonight. Even though folks felt that she didn't go deep enough into policy, everyday folks are not looking for a dissertation on policy. They want to hear the exact things that can help me to be able to move forward, help me to be safer, and help make sure that my family is going to be okay. And I think that she hit many of those. And the biggest thing that she did was that she showed that she is the leader for the moment. And that in itself is transformational because we're going to have an honest conversation. There are still people in this country who often think that women don't have the ability to lead. And she is completely, as we know that is a false narrative, but she made sure that anybody who still had that antiquated seed planted in their mind or their soul, that it no longer had a place.
That's right.
Can I just say a couple of things? Number one, there are some structural differences between 2020 and 2024. Number one, we have a Merrick Garland, a Kristen Clark, DOJ. That's a massive difference from 2020. We've had legislatures, state houses, the gubernatorial house seats shift in our favor in Arizona and other places. And so there are some structural advantages that we have in 2024 that we did not have in 2020, where it was incumbent upon NAACP and Mark Elias and others to challenge the 60-something lawsuits that Donald Trump lost. Another advantage is Pennsylvania starts voting in 6 days. So if I'm coming off of this, all for the next 6 days, I am banking voters. I am registering people when you strike when the iron is hot. Many states are going to be voting in this country in this month before there could even be a second debate, if there ever is one.
Absolutely.
And so what this does is it reinvigorates the momentum on her side when votes are being cast, when people, before the deadline it is to register in many places. And then the other thing I would say is, can we talk about Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Because all I will say, we talked a lot about what Vice President Kamala Harris did. But to Roland's point that he pulled up, Donald Trump talked more. And I said many times, keep talking. Keep talking.
Me too.
Because one of the biggest disadvantages that we have as Democrats who are opposed to Donald Trump is that people have a fucked up revisionist history of Donald Trump, of where he stands on positions and what he accomplished when he was the president.
He ran through his crazy best.
He did, and not only that, keep talking on student loan debt. You're against it. Thank you for reminding people who want to sit up there and try to make it seem like Biden Harris. Now, she didn't say your Supreme Court justices opposed our student loan debt, which is fine. You know, you don't have to rebut everything point by point.
She did get a ding in.
She got them in on something else.
She got her dings in, but my point is that there are
Supreme
people,
Court justices,
especially there are people that don't understand or don't remember where Donald Trump stands on the issues.
It's true.
And they think that Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris aren't very different, and they think that because at the time gas was a little bit low or our groceries were a little bit lower, it's going back down, that somehow makes him more liberal or more whatever. And so the way that he talked, without the distraction, no offense, President Biden, he's a good man, Savannah, but without the distraction of whatever President Biden was going through, it reminded people, oh yeah, Donald Trump is against abortion, Donald Trump is against student loan debt, Donald Trump is against all of these things, healthcare plans, that are what Democrats have been raked over the coals. And then just the last thing that I will say is that the bottom line is Donald Trump is unfit and Vice President Kamala Harris is a leader.
We look like your mama and Pappy. We're so proud. I'm just saying.
We're
so proud right now.
Washington Post. I need another water, please. Washington Post. Here we go to my iPad. Washington Post focus group of swing state voters. 92% say Kamala Harris performed better.
Damn. She mollywopped him.
Hold up.
This was not.
No, it wasn't close.
Wait a minute. I gotta find this. I gotta find this other tweet.
This is not that.
Hold up. See, y'all know I love petty.
Pretty girl.
Nira Tandon. I would like to thank Tulsi Gabbard for her role in Trump's debate prep.
I replied.
I love thanks, Lindy. I love that. Wait a minute. Somebody else has sent me a tweet. They said this is what somebody else tweeted. They said this is what happens when you have a Laura Loomer as your debate prep. I mean, see what you saw here, and this is the thing I think, Greg, is critically important. What you saw here was an example.
I'm glad it wasn't me.
What the hell you over there looking at? What you saw here was an individual who said, remember he kept calling her dumb? Yeah. Remember he kept calling her low IQ? Oh, yeah. This is somebody who said, saw here was an individual who said, remember he kept calling her dumb? Yeah. Remember he kept calling her low IQ? Oh, yeah. This is somebody who said, I don't need to prepare for this. I can wing this.
Absolutely.
Greg, that's the student who has to come before the class, who's like, I ain't gotta study. And I'm gonna stand in front of the class, I can wing this. And all of a sudden, they getting their asses lit. That's what this was.
It was. I mean,
that's what it was.
Like you said, Mustafa, he said, thank you. He was shrinking. He's hunched.
He was.
And at the end, you could see him. I mean, but
couldn't look at her.
Yeah. Oh, no question.
Yeah.
I mean, but
y'all go ahead and bring the water. Listen, this is a black show. We ain't got. We just got showing people.
Right.
Y'all go. Everybody got water. Everybody got.
Thank you, L.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
I love you. Thank you.
But yes,
Thank you.
it,
Greg, go ahead.
Again, Rebecca, I agree with you. This wasn't the election. All those college kids you're talking about that you're going around the country to see, the ones you're going to be in Alabama with, the ones that you said, as you said, Monique, were watching.
My baby.
Your people
Yes.
watching. They have to now go vote. And then all those young people their age and between 18 and 35 who aren't in college, or college age but not in college, who won't watch the debate but are now going to watch all the memes. They're going to watch all the, and of course, like you say with Taylor Swift, I mean, it's an important moment, But not but. And as you say, Reese, early voting starts in 6 days. Pennsylvania, let's bank. In fact, this is when the state of Pennsylvania to almost try to make November the 5th irrelevant.
Ballots went out in Pennsylvania on Friday.
They did.
So for those who are Pennsylvania residents who are living overseas, Friday is when those ballots were already sent out.
So I'm gonna go back to. I'm gonna use another sport. I'm gonna keep it on sports.
Come on. Well, this was a sport event.
No, but it was again. It's sport because it speaks to what Mark was saying. It speaks to what Rebecca when she asked, "Hey, how will this help?" What's the worst thing you can do if you're a football team and take the Philadelphia Eagles? What did they finish last year? 13-3. And they lost the last 3 games.
I mean, I'm a Cowboys.
They go to the playoff. We know they suck, so we know your team ain't shit. I mean, first of all, what I'm describing, you used to, and that is no. So what happened last year? The Eagles.
We got Dak for the next several years.
Baby, guess what? And y'all gonna get more first-round losses. So here we go. So I don't even know why you even brought up the Cowboys. The way y'all.
He mentioned the Eagles.
Yeah, because both of y'all sucked last year. So here's what happened. The Eagles won like 12, 13 games. Lost the last 3 or 4 games. Losing the first round. When you look at teams, when you look at players, when you look at horses, how do they train them? They say, no, you don't peak early. They say you constantly.
That's true.
You constantly, and you build upon what you did last week and yesterday. I'm telling you, you see it in the data. You see how they've been methodically going up among Latino voters. You see how they've been going up among black voters. You see what has been happening with white female voters. You see what is happening when all of a sudden enthusiasm in places like Florida. You see how a poll came out, WRAL, Josh Stein is up 14 points against Mark Robinson in North Carolina.
Oh, interesting.
You're seeing the poll that came out in Virginia. Really? She's up 8. Larry Sabato posted. She's up 8 points in Virginia. Tim Kaine is up 12 points in Virginia.
Right.
What I'm telling you, what you're seeing as each day goes by, you're seeing more people go, "That's Kamala Harris."
Yeah.
Because all they've heard is this woman don't know shit. She don't know nothing. Where she been? And I'm telling you right now, I guarantee you, because I got to remind everybody, go back to 2019, the 2 most viewed town halls on networks was on MSNBC and CNN, and they both involved Kamala Harris. They were the highest watched town hall.
Because she mollywop people like Bill Barr.
No, I'm talking about the town hall. The town hall. But follow me here. This debate.
No, I'm saying before
that.
You're
going to make your point here. Here's the deal. When the numbers come out tomorrow, I will predict that this will be in the top 3 most viewed debates in the last 20 years. Yeah. So the number of people who were not paying attention, who didn't even watch the June 27th debate, that is what's going to be the game changer. And I believe in the next election. Hold on, I'm going to go to you, but Nola first.
In one of my buku long threads that I've written about VP, especially around foreign policy, and one of the things that I like to reshare over and over is how she took Bill Barr to task. When Kamala Harris was a senator, when she was taking people to task every other week in Senate hearings, and it was going viral all the time, then all of a sudden she wants to become president, and all of a sudden she becomes stupid. She becomes ineffective, right? But she was the same person who had Bill Barr stuck it. And
the person who was nicknamed back when she was Attorney General, even before then, the female Barack Obama.
That's what
she
I'm
was
saying.
A phenomenon. So
exactly.
She's living that.
But also remember, Karl Rove said, we got to take her out.
Yeah, he sure did. He sure did.
Remember,
exactly what he said.
Remember, so there was a conversation earlier when Roland was talking to CBC about the work that they did behind the scenes. I don't think people really understand folks that were behind the scenes, putting that sweat equity in, going toe-to-toe with people. Like what you're not about to do is sidestep VP. We're all in for POTUS. until he says different.
Right.
But what you're not about to do, remember that conversation we had when you were in
Yes,
Ethiopia?
absolutely.
Talking, Maxine Waters got up on the edge of that couch right where you were sitting and almost told it all. I think if you had waited 5 minutes.
She said, oh, you telling it.
Yeah, she did. I thought she was ready to break it.
Actually, y'all didn't see this. Representative Clyburn already taken his microphone off, and so he started talking to her about something. I was kind of like, hold up, y'all. Her mic's still on you. Oh yeah, no. It was about to pop. Go ahead.
Let me tell you something about my little community, the national security foreign policy community. We know all the things first. We know all the things
That's why we
first.
should all be terrified of this fascist country. But anyway, go ahead.
Damn, Greg.
I'm just saying. Shit, I mean, we got these surveillance devices from Apple, but did you hear what Nola said? Did you hear what Dr. Hayes said?
In this, my turn.
She said my community got all of y'all stuff.
See, so
that is not what I said. I said we know things first.
Here's what I'm going to Monique right now. First of all, it's more than 21,000 of y'all on YouTube right now. Every single one of y'all should be hitting the like button. We should easily be at 15,000 likes before we sign off, and we're going to be signing off very soon. Monique, go ahead with your point.
Nola, when we started tonight, you had things you wanted to hear. Roland had things. Rebecca had things. My girl, I showed you love you. She had things.
Yeah.
Minster, Mustafa, my doctor. I didn't have things. I confess that I didn't have.
Did Scott have something?
Yeah, Scott
did.
wanted her to.
Scott had things.
Yeah, counterpunch.
We had things, and my thought was,
he did say that.
I really just want her. I just want to thank you for letting me
All right, Sly.
be myself again. I know her. I've been knowing her. You don't get there.
Come on.
Cry.
Come on.
True,
But there's just no way you don't get there without being able to do what she did tonight.
Glory.
There's no way.
Glory.
There's too many people against you.
That's right.
You don't have any money. You got immigrant parents. You go to a fucking HBCU for your undergrad.
Hastings Law. Let's talk about that.
Hold on. And Hastings Law. I'm a Howard lawyer. I don't hold it against her. She could have gone to Howard Law. She didn't.
She could have gone to Stanford for free.
She went
that
to
was
the
Mecca.
Mecca. She pledged.
Let me stop.
She did all the shit. I'm just saying. Greg, did she do all the shit?
She did all the shit.
No, they got the pictures because, listen, I posted, I was gonna tweet a lot tonight, and then I tweeted nothing.
Oh, wow.
Because she came in there, she shook his hand, and then she dragged his ass. She just, she took him and she just, now what? Like she used, if I've ever been trained, as a lawyer, as a debater, she used every word, she used every sequence, and she wasn't referring to notes. None of that matters. Here's what I'm saying. She came in there and she did what only she could. And I did predict that if she would just go in and be herself and do what she could do, because she's the one who has come to these heights. And everybody was saying, and she need to, and she need to, and she need to. And I did right here tonight.
Yeah.
Dr. Grid, did I not say?
Yeah.
She ain't got to do none of that for me. What she's got to do for me
That's what you said.
is be herself.
What you said.
Because what I know about her is she's ready for this. I've had some of her training, not all of it. We share some things in common. But anybody who got undergrad at the Mecca, and then got a law degree, and then starts winning elections.
Come on.
Do y'all know how hard that is?
No, yeah, right. You're right.
To win in this country, district attorney, attorney general,
Statewide, largest state in the union.
Senate.
Largest state in the union.
The president of the United States, the first black one that y'all don't like, he helped her get that.
I don't care. Y'all here in the room with me. I'm not gonna call you out, but he saw her from afar and he named her and he said, yes, she will. Yes, she can. And then she did.
And he said she was fine too.
He said it because it's true.
Let's not get too close into the conversation because then the truth will come out. And
But
that's
then
not true, my friend.
she kept rising. But then she kept rising.
Keep it.
And it's unheard of heretofore before now the heights that she's reached. But when she was in this debate tonight, when she said weak, when she said disgrace, when she said nobody likes you, when she said crowd size, when she said confused, I think he's confused. When she looked at him with pity, when it could have been anger, when she looked at him with pity, because we all should feel
even. Like,
she was worried about him.
Yeah,
Greg,
yeah, she looked like.
do you see? All I'm saying is,
Can I add one thing?
hold on. I'm finished.
You've been going for 4.5 minutes.
Roland says
So
I'm
I'm trying.
done, so I'm done.
Right. Mark, go.
Look, and to add to it, Greg,
yes,
in this fascist system that we live in, that we know we're struggling against.
That's what I'm saying.
What is also important about her is that we put her there. They didn't want her to be the vice president.
They never wanted her.
She comes from us. We said, no, that's going to be the vice president. They didn't want her to be the president.
Black women.
Black
women united. Women with black
wait a
women.
minute. Black women and
y'all too.
1,500 black men in 2020.
Thank you,
They said she's too ambitious. We signed a letter.
What's wrong with that?
No, but I'm saying this.
No, I'm saying
Right.
What's wrong with that?
Well, that's what took her off. So you can't in the workplace. You put a woman down for being and call her ambitious. That's sexist. That's discrimination suit. You got to put her in. So she genuinely comes from us, and that's that's not somebody that was given to us.
No.
That's not somebody that the white man picked to say this is gonna be your leader. Organically, we said we want her and force them against their will.
Let me tell you something in the background, stuff that was going on in the background.
I don't think that's.
I
think once we get past the election
That
and she wins, then we can go. Because never forget, who was her campaign manager?
I don't know, but what
Her
he's
sister,
saying
right?
is true.
Yeah. Her sister's husband is the one that the big lawyer for.
Tony West?
He's the campaign co-chair.
First for her.
I wouldn't even know
There's
that.
a neoliberal dimension to this, but there's no need to talk about tonight. We got to get over the finish.
Hold on. Wait. Monique, stop. Monique, stop. Allow me to speak. First of all, Tony West was allow me to speak. First of all, Tony West was Assistant U.S. Attorney General. Yes. He was the number 2. Yes, General Counsel for Uber. And Maya was the campaign manager 2019, 2020. Right. Yes. But over the last 3 years, the person who has literally been traveling the country with her, who has been on Air Force One with her, is Tony West. Right. Tony has taken a lead from Uber, and he literally is the top campaign official. Yeah, you got Jen, but I'm telling you right now, because I deal with him all the time, the role that he has played is a huge role, and he has been by her side constantly over the last 3.5 years.
20 years.
Well, no. But what I mean is, what I mean is, as vice president, and the reason I'm saying that is because, and I'm gonna wrap all this up with my final comment. So I need to make that point because what has happened over the last 3.5 years really has been a massive attack on her. So let me do this here. Go to my iPad. Joe Walsh tweeted this. I watched the debate. This is, of course, longtime conservative. I watched the debate tonight with a bunch of Arizona Republicans for Harris. When it was over, everyone in the room knew she won this debate. Everyone was fired up to go knock on doors and make phone calls and go win this thing these final 56 days. Great stuff, Republicans for Harris. So we're gonna do. So this was the point I was making, Rebecca. The benefit of a devastating win is that it emboldens your team. Yeah. And I just think when you see the numbers in multiple categories over the next 72 hours,
you're going to see the fruits of the labor, what happened tonight. Final comments from everyone here. I'll start with Mark.
Well, I agree. She won. This is going to galvanize the base even more people, and more than the base. Those who are kind of, I won't even say 50% people. Those who were in the 60s, you know, I'm not quite there. Yeah. She had to have made an impression. He did nothing. He only appealed to his 47%, which is his ceiling. His strategy, Greg and Mustafa, is to hope that our side doesn't turn out. That's all they can work with. That's all they got. But when you have Taylor Swift and Caitlin Clark and people doing that, it's a wrap. There's evidence she has Michigan and Wisconsin. All right. If that is true, if that's true,
she doesn't. So first of all, we're not even going to articulate that.
No.
First of all, she has no place because voting hasn't taken. So forget any poll. She does not have Michigan. She does not have Pennsylvania. No, then no vote's been taken. We will not know that until November 5th. But go ahead.
Okay, well.
I can't abide by any poll. Because if that was a poll, Hillary Clinton would have been president. Go ahead.
I think she's still a little different from Hillary. But anyway, forget the poll. November 5th, if she wins Michigan and Wisconsin.
You know y'all mic still on. We can hear y'all talking the whole damn time. The audience literally can hear every damn thing y'all saying. So Monique, Monique, do me a favor, shut the fuck up so Mark can talk. Because y'all over here just wait your time. Damn.
You start eating that cupcake.
Well, damn, they can bring her ass a cupcake. Mark finished. Mark finished.
No, you good.
Lord have mercy.
Bring disrespect. It's coming.
Y'all act like y'all mics are off. Mark, go ahead.
Polls notwithstanding. Let's put the polls aside. If she can pull off Michigan, pull off Wisconsin, no question, then the math would say we got to look at North Carolina, Arizona, Georgia, and I don't know. I ain't got people voting for Stein and voting for Trump in North Carolina. I just don't. I don't see that.
No.
I also don't necessarily see abortion being on the ballot constitutionally in Arizona and voting for Trump. I think that's a stretch.
Okay.
Florida always breaks our hearts, but it's on the ballot. That's on the ballot too.
It is on the ballot.
So, y'all, I think we're in good shape.
Noah?
From a foreign policy perspective, from a national security perspective, what I saw tonight was a very strong commander-in-chief, where the troops could rally around, who they could say, you know, proudly, this is my commander-in-chief. The fact that admirals and generals recently released that letter supporting her, I think that that's very important. That's nothing to dismiss at all, because a big part of her job will be commanding troops.
That's right.
Most of her job, most of the American public has no idea about. Most of the American public has no idea what happens in a situation room. Most of the American public has no idea the types of decisions that she has to make. Most of the American public doesn't understand the types of laws that are behind our arms transfers, behind a lot of our treaties and agreements. These are the tough decisions that she has to make at 3 a.m., and she's ready to make those decisions.
Amen.
Tonight, I think, you know, the Putins of the world, the Xis of the world, who tries to do this kind of shuffle game, the fact that Trump leans into Viktor Orban as an example, as some sort of leader, as some sort of exemplar, I think that says a lot about where his head is, and it says a lot about the type of people who support him. He didn't say anything about our allies and our partners. He didn't say anything about that. Never. You know, he didn't say anything about what will happen with the 57 countries that came together in support of the Ukraine Defense Coalition that was brought together by VP POTUS and also by SecDef. He didn't say anything like that because those countries don't want to work with him. They do not respect him, right? Now, what I am looking forward to, Greg, to your point, you know, I know that my community, it doesn't get a lot of respect, especially from the Black community, because a lot of the history and what's happened.
Right.
And I can sit here as a daughter of veterans, as a very proud Black person coming from a very proud Black city, born and raised in Black excellence. I'm not here to function inside of a fascist government. And I know that a lot of people in my community that look like me, we're not trying to do that. So what's important to us is for VP to understand this kind of new vision of national security and foreign policy, where we actually stand by our norms and values. And she said that at least 6 times tonight, at least 6 times, that those norms and values, that we lead with human rights first, right? And I know that there are some people, some older heads in the community that may not think that that's advantageous to us, especially when we're competing with China and Russia, who don't care about values, who don't care about human rights. But it's important that in a President Kamala Harris administration, that we lead with that first. I'm not here to be part of fascism. In fact, I see my life as fighting in opposition to that. Yeah. That's why I think Donald Trump is the largest national security threat, and I said that in all of my media hits today, and I will continue to say that because he's a threat to democracy.
Amen.
So what I saw tonight is a woman who's going to stand up to Putin. What I saw tonight is a woman who's going to stand up to the Orbans of the world. What I saw tonight is a woman who's saying, you know what, that's not how I envision the future for the United States of America, the promise of the world.
Yeah.
What's that?
She leaned into that.
The United States of America is the promise of the world?
It has been a promise of the world. We haven't reached it.
My God.
We have not reached it. We have not reached it.
I'm just saying, that's...
But what I am saying, and I'm not sitting here trying to waste my time or my life not believing in that.
Wrap it up.
I got you.
I know that I hear you. Okay, I hear you.
Yeah, but we got to go home.
Yes, we do.
Hell no.
I'm sorry, I did that.
Y'all, come on, 30 seconds. Go. I'm put everybody on the clock.
I saw a woman who cares about humans first. She cares about diplomacy first, and that's the woman that I want to support as the President of the United States.
And she made
All right, I saw this tweet. Mark, you already had your final comment, damn it. I saw this tweet. I love this here. This woman said, this is the only way I could watch the debate. Damn, I love this. She covered the split screen up. Oh, shit, that was that. I just thought that was, I just thought that was funny as hell.
Love it.
So, hold up. And then, damn, I love Petty. Y'all know I'm King Petty. And I love Petty. Before I go to Mustafa next, damn, I love Petty. Congressman Jared Moskowitz, damn, this was good. This debate was so bad, Nancy Pelosi is quietly working the phone to get Trump out of the race.
That is good.
Damn, I love Petty. Damn, I love Petty. Mustafa, go on right ahead, Mustafa.
We address climate change enough? Talk about that too.
Oh,
tonight.
I don't know if you want me to go into that.
Tonight.
Actually, climate change did come up.
It did, yeah.
And when she called him a climate denier. Mustafa, go.
It did. I mean, I want to start off on a very positive note. You know, Vice President Kamala Harris helped us to have a better understanding about the possibilities that exist for us.
Made me cuss.
She talked about freedom around reproductive rights. But if you really listen, she was also talking about freedom.
Yeah.
Freedom of choice. Freedom to be able to have a better life.
Right.
Freedom that allows us to have the ability to come together and not continue to have these divisions that exist. But she also talked about the scars, because you can't have an honest conversation and not talk about the scars. And she brought that up in some of the things that Reese talked about and others from Central Park 5 and a number of the things that Trump had been a part of throughout his life that were rooted in racism. Now, I have to pivot also, because when we talk about climate change and we talk about environmental injustice, we understand that natural gas has played a big role in the impacts that are happening in our communities and the impacts that are happening from the climate crisis. I wouldn't be an honest person coming out of the movements that I come out of if I don't bring that in.
Of course.
But I know her well enough to know that she will also find a way to address those issues.
Okay.
And that's why those investments that have happened in the clean economy are so incredibly important, and why our communities have to take the opportunity to benefit from those so that we address the wealth gap and we address these public health impacts that are going on. So I'm gonna stop there, because I see Roland looking, and I'll close out with this last part since I didn't use my 4 minutes. You know, my grandmother says that you have power unless you give it away. She brought that forward for me tonight, because she was dealing with an individual who bullies people, who uses his privilege to actually push to get his own way. And she said, no, you will not do that here, because I hold on to my power, but I also extend my power to others who have been unseen and unheard. And that's why I appreciate her. And that's why I know so many folks will work diligently with her to make sure that we address whether gaps that might exist inside of the policies that she's working on.
All right, Henry, I need a split screen. All right, so let's see here. Rebecca, your final comment.
So I'm gonna plug Reese's game, Am I Tripping?
Oh, thank you.
So am I tripping? Are we still in the United States of America? Am I tripping? Are we still, how you say, a white, racist, settler state?
Indeed, we speak in English.
Am I tripping? We always have black people who are competent in this country and who are the best in their respective fields, and they don't always get the job. So am I tripping? And the reason why I'm asking that question is this campaign has to run like they're 10 points down.
Right.
The reason why they have to run like they're 10 points down, North Carolina now says, oh, during the early voting period, you could do same-day registration. But there's a catch. Here's the catch. The state's going to then send you a postcard. You have to follow the directions on the postcard, but if you don't, then your ballot that you already turned in during early voting will not count. So there's all these little trips and things that are going to catch people up and voters going, preparing to vote over the next 56 days. There are a lot of people who are registered to vote, who were registered to vote a month ago, but now they're being kicked off the rolls still. That is still what's going on. My organization is currently doing a lawsuit in Arizona over the Show Your Papers law, right? So there are some people now who are registering to vote in Arizona, but if they don't have a photocopy of certain documents as they're turning in their voter registration, they'll get a federal ballot, but they won't get a state ballot, right? And there's a lot of state races there's a lot of competitive state races that are going on in Arizona. So am I tripping? I know we're so excited about tonight's performance. I know we're feeling the emotion and the euphoria, but am I tripping? Are we not still in the United States of America, which will routinely screw over black people in this country, routinely kill black people in this country? That's what's happening every single day in this country. So if this campaign does not run like it's 10 points behind, this campaign will lose. And I hear what everyone is saying, but am I tripping? But is this still the United States of America?
All right. Reese.
I mean, no, you're not tripping. It's still the United States of America. However, thank you for the plug at mytripplegame.com, honey. However, tonight is not about the campaign. Tonight is about Kamala Devi Harris. The campaign can't save your ass on that stage. The campaign has been running as flawlessly as anybody could imagine, with the memes, with the voter registrations, with the money raised, all that kind of stuff. But when you on the stage, the buck stops with you.
Yeah.
We can handle the other shit. We've been handling it. All that shit has been there, and we've won. All of the systemic and the racist barriers against black women have been there. Angela Alsobrooks is our Senate candidate, and not David Jigaboo Slur saying Trone. Karen Bass is the mayor of Los Angeles, not Rick, $100 million lit on motherfucking fire Caruso. And so all of the things about America that have made tonight improbable, we're still here. And now that we're here, Kamala Harris has delivered, and not just a way that knocked Trump the fuck out, but in a way that established her credibility with the people who, I want to know more about her. I don't know, she's just been vice president for the past 3.5 years, but I ain't seen her since we did it, Joe. Tonight established her credibility, and she dealt a very strong blow against Donald Trump's credibility, against the misconceptions about his record and how fucking fabulous people seem to believe it was because they got a couple stimmies. And so now she can go forward with the credibility that she needs to talk to people who don't know her, but now know her a little bit more, and now see her as a competent person, as a commander-in-chief, as a person who is compassionate, who sees them, and as a person who cares about their issues and making their lives better, to which Donald Trump did not have an answer for. And so we could talk about the campaign, we could talk about strategy. We've done all the pre-debate analysis. We're now the post-debate conversation will carry. But what I'm happy about is that she delivered. And now we don't have to spin. We ain't got to say, well, this and well, that. And it doesn't matter how low the bar is for Trump. She has to run her race. And I'm confident with what I've seen tonight, not just as a person who supported her since forever, but as a person who was holding my breath. Shout out to you, Monique, because you said we got it. But I was holding my breath because I have seen her down in where I was pulling an all-nighter to try to rebut some shit. And so now I get to go home and I can sleep like a baby tonight. And so she delivered, and that's something that only she can do. And she's setting the narrative in a way that only this performance could have done for her.
All right. Greg?
Well, I'll say this very quickly. As someone who has absolutely no commitment to the United States of America as anything other than the place I came out of my mother's womb. Donald Trump is an existential threat.
Yes.
What he's an existential threat to is becoming more and more apparent as every day passes, because you got people who are our open enemies. Dick Cheney. You got people who are our open enemies now endorsing her, meaning they think that she will continue to allow the United States to occupy the position it's occupied in the world. A multipolar world at this point. If they're endorsing her, that means they think she's safe. The money boys haven't jumped off completely. Where's Elon Musk on this? Peter Thiel's got his powder dry. They may abandon Trump now because Trump is not necessary for them to continue to make their money. That's why I mentioned Tony West. You know, ask organized labor at Lyft about him. She's okay. Now, on the other side, in a world that increasingly doesn't look to the United States of America, if they think she's safe, she's been in a better position after tonight than she's ever been in before to be president of the United States. But I agree with you, Rebecca. This is the United States of America. I'm not a nativist. I'm not a patriot. I don't give a fuck about the United States of America. After what it did to my ancestors, I'm the descendant of people who were captured, who are the descendants of people who weren't. And all nations come and go. So I'll end with this. The interesting thing to me about Kamala Harris is, the vice president, is that her background, her parents who met in a radical black study group out there in the Bay Area. Cedric Robinson was a member of that group. New York Times did a long article about it, very interesting. I think Trump tonight telegraphed some of the things they're gonna try to pull on her in the next couple of months because her father is alive. And Donald Harris, if he wasn't a Marxist economist, if you read his work, you say he's a Marxist adjacent, especially if he's writing about Jamaica. And I'm saying, why haven't they pulled him out? They are gonna get desperate. But I think the money boys and some of these people who are our open enemies are now saying, we're gonna go with her. That bodes well for her. What I find my hope, I won't say hope, hope's too strong a word. What I want to see is more of her being herself, as you say. Because we haven't seen Kamala Harris yet. We get hints of it. Well, no, I don't think so. Because, for example, the two-state solution is absurd. It's absurd on its face. Why? Because there will never be a two-state solution. That means Israel is an apartheid state. When she said Israelis and then Palestinians, what about the Palestinians who were born in Israel who are citizens who will never be able to vote? Jimmy Carter wrote that in the book Peace, Not Apartheid. My point is this, and as I end, my point is this. Kamala Harris, I don't think any of us have seen who Kamala Harris is. When she occupies the Oval Office, then we'll find out the possibilities and the limits of the presidency. Because if she strays out of the straitjacket they're beginning to fit her for right now, we really are going to have to back her. And that would be my hope, that she would stray out of that straitjacket. Because anytime these people start endorsing her, I'm looking like, why in the hell are you endorsing? Wow, you really are concerned about this. Existential threat called Donald Trump. But it ain't to democracy, it's to your business.
So let me say this to close this out, actually, before I do that.
Get no closing?
Oh, what the hell are you talking about? Your ass closed from 12:25 to 12:30. You went 5 minutes.
He got the clock.
You went 5 straight ass minutes.
It wasn't my close.
Shit, that was your opening and your close. You went 5 straight ass minutes.
He said straight ass minutes.
I'm like, what? Did you? Girl, you better get cussed out.
Cuss me out because I had something else I wanted to say.
You bring her a cupcake.
Okay, hold up.
You bring her a cupcake.
No, hold up. Let me. Henry, go to my, Henry, pull this up. Henry, pull this up.
I'm gonna cry.
Henry, pull this up.
Don't cry.
Okay.
Henry said no because he's striking against the apartheid.
I'm gonna do this one here. Okay, your ass got 30 seconds. Go.
Tonight, we saw the promise of this country, and I am so thankful to do it amongst these people. I'm thankful to be able to watch with you, Dr. Greg, you, Reese, Nola, Rebecca, Minster. I wasn't liking what you said.
You got 5 seconds.
She's still coming on. Roland. She did us proud tonight.
Okay.
And I expect a tomorrow that aligns. I have 42 seconds.
No, you're overtime. Come on. You got 10 seconds. Let's go.
I feel a lot of pressure.
Hell
Thank
yes,
you.
10 seconds, go.
Thank you for coming. Roland has some important things to say
Thank you very much. Yes, I do. Damn. I told you keep closing like a Baptist preacher. All right, y'all. What did I say about 30 minutes ago? I said, pay attention to the next 72 hours. Henry, hold on. Henry, go to my iPad. In the last 24 hours, they are raising $2 million every 10 minutes.
Wow.
They have raised $12 million in the last 24 hours. But look at the numbers. You see right there at the bottom, 6 p.m., 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's how much they've raised. That all the way to the right, that's the 11 p.m. hour. I told you. So this is what I was trying to say. When you are building a campaign, when you are trying to win, what you are seeing is Vice President Kamala Harris show all of her haters and all of her doubters that this is me. For all of the people who talked about how mistakes she made in 2019, they forget that was 5 years ago. I need everybody paying attention to remember, these folks were trying to get her off of the ballot every 6 months. I need to remind everybody who's watching and listening, these people tried constantly to denigrate her in Politico, in Axios, in the Wall Street Journal, in the New York Times, in every single media outlet. They constantly tried it. They talked about staff turnover. They call her dumb. They said, look at the latest article. Oh, she prepares too hard. Oh my God, she asked me specific ass questions. They literally said that they literally said this woman was incompetent. And let me be clear, there were people in the Biden White House who were behind it. There were people who were scared to death. And so what people need to understand, all the folks who are like, oh my God, where was this Kamala Harris? She was always there. Right. But when you are constantly attacking someone, they begin to doubt themselves. Everybody watching and listening also need to understand, she does not have the freedom like she did as a United States Senator because she serves at the pleasure of the president. She cannot stake her own positions. I'm gonna give y'all this because I was there. The White House approved her remarks in Selma, Alabama, when she addressed the Israel-Gaza issue. They watered down her comments. I'm telling you, I know this for a fact. They were pissed off with her the following 4 days because of the reaction she got. Now, how do you get mad at somebody for a reaction for some words that you vetted, that you wrote? But had what she said caused the other reaction, she would have got to blame. And so folk have to understand what you are seeing from the moment Biden endorsed her to present day is you're seeing somebody who is showing the world now, oh, I was ready. I learned from my mistakes. I paid attention. There are so many areas where she has gotten better. Understand, every time y'all heard her spoke, that was words that were written by other people, that were vetted by other people. She now has the freedom because she's running the campaign to actually write her own speeches, lay out her own policy. She doesn't have to run it by the Biden White House. She don't have to run it by Anita Dunn. She doesn't have to run it by
Even she doesn't have to run it by Jen O'Malley, even though she's campaigned. But Jen O'Malley, everybody remember, was working also in the Biden White House. So she's now unencumbered. And so there were 2 speeches that I need everybody to go back to. Go listen to Vice President Kamala Harris when she spoke in Buffalo at the funeral of one of the black people who was gunned down. She was not supposed to speak. Sharpton called her up to the pulpit. She spoke with no notes. And you heard the Vice President Kamala Harris, who we remember at the Tavis events and all the other speeches. Then pull up when she spoke at Tyree Nichols' funeral. And although that was written, it was written by her. And you saw and heard a totally different person. That was always her. And then the third one, go listen when she went to Nashville on that Friday. The day after Representative Justin Jones, Representative Justin Pearson were expelled, and Representative Gloria Johnson was not expelled. You saw the fire, you saw the energy, you saw the passion. That was always her. And so black folks, we were participating in a white supremacist game by tearing her down, questioning her blackness, questioning her credentials when it was always there, but folk didn't understand because you never could see who she actually was. So now moving forward, some 59 days, everybody who's watching and listening need to understand this here. And this is why I had to push back, Mark, on what you were saying. Because I cannot allow anybody who is listening to believe it's over. It's not. People took their foot off the gas in Florida on the final weekend, and Andrew Gillum lost by 30,000 votes. Hillary Clinton's campaign, they were sitting here, they were measuring their drapes in the last 2 weeks of the campaign, and they took their foot off the brake. No, what we have to do is tell everybody, and if y'all can find that video, y'all remember the video where the dude starts celebrating, and his ass, and he taunted the brother next to him, and his ass tripped and fell down? That's the same thing's happening. We cannot say she's guaranteed to win any state. This is about running through the tape. This is about seeing the clock 0, 0, 0. So I don't care where you are, what is your job, check the registration date in your city, in your state. Check with everybody you know. Don't let their ass come to your house for dinner. That's right. Women, tell them you ain't getting none. Fellas, tell them you ain't giving up none unless your ass registered. Go to iwillvote.com to make sure you have not been removed from the voting rolls. And after you make sure, and then after the registration date is passed, then you find out, do you have early voting in your state? Yes, sir. And then you vote that first week of early voting. That's right. And then if your state doesn't have early voting, then you lock and load on your plan for election day. Yes, sir. She has not won. She won a debate. She has not won the election. If you went hard yesterday, go harder tomorrow. It's less than 60 days. And so we can all rejoice November 5th at 2 a.m., November 6th at 2 a.m. But we cannot play any games right now and assuming she's won anything. Can she win Michigan? Yes. Can she win Pennsylvania? Yes. Can she win Wisconsin? Yes. Can she win Georgia? Yes. Can she win North Carolina, Arizona, Georgia? Hell, they can actually win Florida. But it cannot happen if folks sit on their ass and assume this race is over. And so that's going to be our position moving forward. We want to thank everybody who's been with us. We hit as many as 24,000 watching live tonight. Amazing viewership. I want to thank all of our panelists. I want to thank all of the CBC members. I want to thank the staff, everybody. I told y'all, ain't nobody else in black-owned media doing anything like this tonight. And let me go ahead and name them because I don't care. I'm telling y'all right now, what you saw tonight, Essence ain't doing, Black Enterprise not doing, Ebony not doing, Urban One not doing, Revolt's not doing, The Grill ain't doing this. No, all them other people, they may have been on for an hour or two, but they ain't doing this. This is. Oh, hell no, hell no, hell no. I told y'all. And everybody understand. Y'all, we had 15 CBC members here, and we had the first panel, we had 7 more. I was trying to go to them, but they went ahead and left because they were here for quite some time. Why am I saying that? Because what y'all saw tonight is what happens when you have black-owned media that controls and operates, and we set the agenda. And so we want y'all to be sure to support what we do. Go ahead and put it up. You can be sure to support us. Sending your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. Cash App, $RM Unfiltered. PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And of course, download the Black Star Network app. Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. We're going to have more coverage tomorrow. We're going to be talking to the sister who is from Florida, represents the 20th Congressional District. She's Haitian. She's the first Haitian American in Congress. We're going to be talking about the attacks on the Haitians and what's being said right now among the we earlier said 300. There are 400,000 Haitians in Florida. And so that's a perfect example. If the Haitians are mobilized in Florida after these attacks, they could win Florida. Y'all, it's all about the numbers. And so we got to understand exactly what those numbers are. And so, again, we appreciate everybody. And I'm always, again, just trying to tell our folk that, you know, we can't be lackadaisical about what is going on. We have to understand that we all have to do our part. And I don't care if you sitting here and you're like, well, I don't know about all that. I'm telling y'all right now, we can win this. And the threat of Donald Trump and these crazy, deranged, nonsensical MAGA people, that threat is real. We cannot lose sight of any of that. So I just want all of us to be focused. It's 59 days, y'all. That's all it is. It's 59 days. And trust me, we can celebrate at the end of it, but you do not celebrate too early. I'll see y'all tomorrow on the Black Star Network. Holla!